Call me irresponsible, call me unreliable, throw in undependable too.
Yes? You're on. Okay. It's not what it says on the thing. Okay. Anyway, calling the order Monday, April 7th, Single Family Design Board. I'll hold off just a second to call roll. Let's see. Any member of the public wishing to address anything on today, not on today's agenda, may come forward to speak to the board. Seeing none, Chair shall close public comment period and move to approval of the minutes. Chair would entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of the March 24th. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Second. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay.
Second.
And if I can pull out the right set, we will read them. March 24th. Okay. So we have 2111 Stanwood Drive. Any corrections or comments? 1930 Emerson Avenue. Corrections or comments to the minutes? 958 Garcia Road. 3626 San Remo Drive. 3626 San Remo Drive. 3626 San Remo Drive. And 3626 San Remo Drive. Hearing none, Chair calls for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So
I
carried.
abstain. I wasn't here.
We have one abstention. Thank you. Let's go to the consent calendar for April 1st. Do I have a motion, please?
Make the motion.
Do I have a second? Okay. David, could you read the comment?
Okay, Single Family Design Board consent minutes for Tuesday, April 1st. We have item A, 1820 Anacapa Street. This received review after final for a change of the exterior material from smooth texture plaster to hardy plank artisan lap siding with 6-inch exposure. Item B, 1222 Shoreline Drive. This received final approval as submitted of review after final. Item C, 1930 Emerson Avenue. This received final approval as submitted. 1010 C. Melinda Lane. This item was continued 1 week to consent with comments as noted. Item E, 1035 C. Melinda Lane. This project received project design approval and final approval as submitted with the NPO findings. Item F, 3455 Marina Drive. This received project design approval and final approval as submitted with the NPO findings with comments as noted. Item G, 726 Santacito Drive. This item was continued indefinitely to consent with comments as noted. Item H, 539 Meigs Road. This item was continued 1 week to consent. Item I, 940 Arbolado Road. This item was referred 1 week to the full board. And items A through I were reviewed by members Pierce and Sweeney.
Okay, thank you. Any comments? Hearing none, chair calls for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? So carried. Chair would entertain a motion for approval of this morning's consent calendar, April 7th.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Ing, you want to share with us the results?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Single Family Design Board consent meeting minutes for today, April 7th, 2014. We have item A, 711 Circle Drive. This project received final approval with the condition to provide calculations for a Tier 3 SWIMP and a soils report. Item B, 1840 Mission Ridge Road. This item received final approval as submitted. Item C, 1531 Live Oak Lane. This item was continued to staff level review for administrative approval. Item D, 3639 Campanile Drive. This project received project design approval and final approval with the NPO findings. Item E, 1323 Cliff Drive. This project received project design approval and final approval with the NPO findings. Item F, 1010 C. Melinda Lane. This project received project design approval with the NPO findings. Item G, 726 Santacito Drive. This project received final project design approval and final approval with the NPO findings. Item H, 539 Meigs Road. This item was continued 1 week to consent with comments as noted. And lastly, item I, 1025 North Ontario Road. This item was continued to staff hearing officer with positive comments. Items A through, item A was reviewed by board member Woolery and Zimmerman, and items B through I were reviewed by board member Zimmerman and board member Pierce.
Okay, thank you. Any comments? Questions? Hearing none, chair calls for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention. We have one abstention? One abstention. Okay. Thank you. Let's go now to announcements. The chair would just like to bring to your attention that apparently our board is not the only board that has issues with projects being built not in compliance with the approved review of our board. So I was requested to attend a meeting with the chair of the ABR, Paul Zink. We had a meeting with Jaime Limon and the chief building official and the chief inspector for the city of Santa Barbara to review certain conditions and cases that have come to our attention. Mr. Limon is going to work on some issues that we may want to consider, and will be presenting those to us in the future. However, in the interim, one of the suggestions made is if if we have a project that comes to us that we're concerned about the applicant carrying forth the design or some specific requirement of our approval, we may want to, as a part of a motion, indicate to staff that we would like that highlighted on the drawings or brought to specific attention of the building department or some other instructions to allow some level of comfort that our design review will be carried out. And as I said, in addition to that, Mr. Lamone will be coming to us with some other suggestions that we can review and perhaps adopt as a way to curtail what appears to be, with not only our board, other boards where projects are being changed in the field contrary to what was been approved on the drawings. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. The other thing that I wanted to remind you of, because we may be seeing some projects perhaps today and in the future, when we have projects that are over maximum square footage, and I believe, and Mr. Lamone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm reading from our guideline process, when we're dealing with projects that are requesting FARs over 85%, and when we get to the point of a motion, based on what I'm reading here, it says that we have to have a supermajority, 5 out of the 7 votes, to approve that kind of motion. So, Mr. Lamone, can you add anything to that? Am I correct?
That's only over 100% when they're actually
100%.
asking for a FAR modification.
Okay.
But the only difference over 85% is that we essentially raise the bar. So you could ask for more studies to ensure that they are compatible, like 20 closest homes analysis, any type of streetscapes, so you can see how this home fits into the neighborhood. So there are additional submittal standards for those types of applications.
And then the other thing I would note is, we're often asked to look at size, scale, and bulk issues. And generally those 3 terms are put together all at once, size, scale, and bulk. But sometimes we may want to look at a project, perhaps not so much for size, but for appropriate scale and bulk. Because there might be some projects where the size could be accommodated if the design meets a criteria for neighborhood compatibility with scale and bulk. So that's just something to keep in mind as we look at projects. So that's the only announcements I have. Are there any other announcements from staff? Okay. All right. Now let me see if I got the right stuff here. I think I closed my book on my agenda. There it is. Okay. So let's go to. We have no subcommittee reports that I know of. So let's go to our first item, which is 2111 Stanwood Drive. If you could introduce yourselves, and then we're going to read the comments, I assume, from our last meeting. And you have to turn on the microphone. Mr. Miller, if you could read the comments.
Okay.
To March 20, no. Which one are we at? Yeah, right here. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following motions were made. Number 1, the board accepts the S-tile roof in accordance with the city guidelines. Number 2, the board accepts the metal windows in accordance with the study of the design location. 3, the board accepts enclosing the balcony. 4, extend the scope of the plant materials where it slopes on the site. Number 5, studying appropriate plants under the oaks. Number 6, provide irrigation systems. That's what we
Okay.
got.
Thank you. And what was the vote?
The vote was, action was done by Zimmerman, second by Woolery, 6-0-0, motion carried.
Okay, thank you. This is a review after final requested for as-built alterations to a two-story single-family residence, including an enclosure of a second-story porch, addition of a fireplace and chimney above the master bedroom, changes to the roof materials, all the windows, exterior doors, exterior colors, and other finishes. The project was last reviewed on March 24th, 2014. If you could introduce yourself, please.
I'm Richard Redmond from Edwards and Pittman Architects.
Taylor Tapman, property owner.
Ben Tapman, general contractor.
Okay. If you could share with us how you've addressed those comments.
First of all, I did finally make a trip out to the site,
Push this up because the paper hits the...
and I did note how close together these two houses are. And I actually saw at that time how they were actually influenced by their neighbors' windows. In fact, this specific fan light and basically the way they've cut up their windows. Although their proportions aren't quite the same, it became more obvious as to how they were influenced in their response. So, and I did get a picture of how these existing windows are set back. This is currently kind of the back elevation showing how the driveway is going up the hill here. So, having said all that, I think I could go right to the elevations and show what we've changed. And I'm going to start with the east elevation, which is we didn't do anything to. It seemed to be acceptable. We did have a little bit of a detail up in here that we did with the mutton to kind of cut up that fan line. The west elevation, what we did was we added buttons in all these windows to try to do cut-ups that's more appropriate with the Spanish-style architecture, and added some shutters on the specific window in the kitchen, which I thought could accommodate it because it has the space. The south elevation, again, we cut up all the windows with the addition of the muttons, and then added shutters on this window. We couldn't really do more because of the limitation. I think that retaining wall is about 4 feet away from the building itself.
Okay.
And the grade actually comes up higher against this if you saw that picture of the
don't really see
driveway.
it.
Finally, on the north elevation, again, we cut up these specific windows, added some kind of some wood decorative members above the windows that are going to actually wrap the frame. And then we provided some mini balconies kind of off of these two windows. Now, they were very specific on wanting to retain these. We had some discussion about it. And I admit they have excellent views from that specific location. So they want to retain those windows. And since it was really representative of the neighbor's windows, also with these fan lights, fine. And again, we've actually cut up these windows too. So.
Richard,
And these are just going to be applied buttons.
sorry, did you mention the planters underneath those
Yes.
those windows?
Okay.
So we try to keep it simple and something that they can do fairly easily. And I hope it's appropriate for the board.
Okay, so you're here for review after final. Do you have the details for the S roof that we?
I put a notation here. I'm adding the starter tiles and doing the 15% of the mortar in the field. So basically, the ridge and everything already meets that standard.
Okay. So, but other than that note, there's no details on the drawing, correct?
No.
Let's see, we talked about the middle windows, closing the balcony. Scope of plant materials. Did you address that?
Plant materials I didn't really address. I suppose I'll have to come back for that, although I did review what was there, and currently what's under those existing oak trees is just natural vegetation. It seemed kind of silly to actually plant it out there
Could
anyway.
you go back to the site plan?
I don't have a landscape plan in here.
Well, we have a site plan.
Yeah.
Just more or less where the area of the oak trees you're talking about?
This is the area of the oaks, and this is right on a creek bank. And to me, everything is pretty much natural up to about this point. And so what they're doing is very limited in scope of what they have an opportunity to actually plant.
Okay. It says provide an irrigation system.
That's actually on the set of landscape plans. Do you have a copy, David?
Nice, and we put those over here. Okay, so could you point
I
that
believe
out?
it's the upper left-hand corner there.
I'll let you address that.
Says existing vegetation will be maintained annually to meet high fire hazard defensible space requirements 100 feet from structure.
That's a fire department comment.
But it's, we had a requirement here, and I'm sure our landscape folks will elaborate.
What?
It says
That's not ours.
provide an irrigation system.
Yeah, that's not the last one we brought in.
There was a
Had all
second
that-
sheet, right?
Yeah.
So is that
If-
here?
if that's
Do you know
it.
where that is?
It should be in one of the old sets.
It was submitted March 24th.
This one for,
It's mine.
Yeah.
So does that have an irrigation system?
Yes. It's in your notes.
Okay. 100% use of drip irrigation throughout entire new landscaped area. Provide check valves of flow end of lines. Provide pressure regulator for entire irrigation system. 0% of landscape is turf. Manual drip irrigation valves throughout the entire new landscape. All landscape areas except turf, ground cover, or low-lying shrubs shall be covered with mulch material to an average of at least 3 inches throughout, except in the immediate vicinity of woody trunks. Okay? Anything else you need to present?
No.
Okay. Board will go back to a board for questions. Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a question. I know you show the header as steel. How are you gonna paint it brown to look like wood, or?
Steel?
I think that's what the note said. Number 9, steel beams and post. I'm just kind of.
That is incorrect. It's supposed to be, it's wood.
Oh.
That was probably off the old drawing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is really mine up here.
Oh. Okay.
So,
Finishes.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe suggest maybe the alphabet or something to. Okay.
sorry about that.
Okay. No questions? Mr. Zhang? Questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Why is this project, or is this project getting S-tile on the roof?
This particular applicant used a set of plans that was entirely different in terms of the architectural style on this project. And somewhere in the course of construction decided to go to a Spanish-style house. And applied S-tiles on the roof before they came back to request for approval. So the S-tiles are sitting there existing.
I see, thank you.
Ms. Pierce?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't catch when you said that there's existing vegetation under the oak. You were pointing, and I didn't know if that included the slope that we had asked for.
Basically, up to where the retaining wall is, I bet you this say there might be 10 feet of unplanted area.
Uh-huh.
And then past that, I think it's all existing currently.
And what is it?
A lot of ceanothus.
Yeah, I don't
You
know.
don't have any pictures or anything?
Did you bring in
I think mine has
pictures?
some.
Yeah, I do actually.
Ground cover?
Yeah.
I have. This is really up the hill, but
Yeah, that's Addison's.
this is kind of the area. That's actually from the street. Showing the oaks.
There's another one from the street.
I mean, I've seen trees.
Yeah.
See that. So, okay, I just, we just asked for the bare areas to be landscaped, and I guess that's not what you did. So I'm just questioning that.
The fire department just encouraged as little extra vegetation down there, just given how much existing natural vegetation we have. So
I can understand that.
Yeah.
I was concerned about the slope, so I do have a concern about that. It looks pretty steep,
yeah, it's creek bed.
but maybe we can hear what Denise wants to do later.
Okay. Any further questions? Hearing no questions, let's go to comments. Who would like to start?
Well, I'll say, Mr. Chair, I guess. Architecturally, I mean, it's not perfect, but it's great. I think you've made a lot of effort in terms of the context of the neighborhood. I can say something but it's certainly not binding, is if one of the ways you can mitigate a horizontal window is put a planter box underneath it. Makes it really pretty.
Yeah.
But if you're not seeing it from the street, I don't know if that's something unless you want to see pretty flowers out of the window. Other than that, as far as the architecture goes, I think I can support it. So that's my comment.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, can I see the elevation where you added wood above the windows? Yeah, so I think that's a big improvement, and I would like to see it done on the bigger square windows they have up there. It's pretty easy to apply that.
That's
It
the
makes
backyard.
Makes a big difference there.
Yeah, that's the street elevation right there, and that's the backyard, which is fine if it looks better.
Okay. Ms. Bernstein? Amy? Anyone else? The chair will entertain for a motion. This is for review after final. Yes.
Comment. So your intention then was to cover all this area with,
Got to turn yourself on.
to cover all this area under the oaks with just mulch then? Is that what?
I wish I could answer to the landscaping, but I really can't.
Well, we'll plant ceanothus.
You're gonna plant
Ceanothus on all the
ceanothus.
I think so.
flat ground until the creek bank, obviously,
Right.
because then it dips down into the creek.
Yeah, it gets awfully steep right here,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah.
So from there to there, seems like, you could use something to try to hold the bank together.
Which ceanothus is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not going to have any bare area that we can.
Okay. so
If
you-
we
that
can
was
plant
your-
something, we will, and what we will put there is the ceanothus. That's the intention. Up to the point we're not allowed to plant anything.
Right, because I know you can't go too far down the creek bed.
Right.
No.
That's, okay. All right. That was all I
Okay.
had concerning.
Comments? Chair would entertain a motion. You can either approve this as a review after final, you can approve it requesting additional detail with comments, or you can deny it. So I need a motion.
I'll make a motion. So
It's just review after final, so you don't have
to
to,
do all this stuff?
yeah, you just have to provide any comments you want.
Okay, the comments I make, I guess the board supports the changes that have been made by the architect. The only comments we have is possible suggestion of changing the windows on the west elevation to match what's on in the south elevation to match what you've done on the north elevation. I think the board appreciates your efforts to try to accommodate the issues regarding the S-tile. Suggested, but not required, adding a flower box if needed on the very horizontal window. And as far as landscaping goes, I guess the
Notation of the ceanothus.
Yeah, if we could get a notation. on that.
clarification of location of where you want to plant the ceanothus, in particularly under the oak trees.
Well, just on the upper slope here before it starts to get steep.
Okay, up on the.
It just needs to be designated on the plan.
For the area that was discussed and on center coverage, I guess. You know, for ceanothus.
Okay, area up on the top of the slope in the center coverage. I don't quite
On
understand.
center.
On center.
On center of the
You know,
prop.
like, however
12
far.
inches?
Oh, with,
No.
with proper
Spread to
labeling of
7 feet.
how you're how you're going to space the planting.
Yeah,
About 8 feet.
with plant
Yeah.
spacing.
Okay, that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Oh, two of us.
Any discussion? I'm going to be voting against this because I believe this particular applicant, and I've made my comments previous meetings, has taken advantage of this board. And I don't believe that there's sufficient details on these drawings to justify a approval today for a motion that would give them approval for view after final. Any other discussion? Hearing none, chair calls for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm abstaining because I wasn't here for the presentation.
So carried.
And you have to recuse yourself. Or will I?
We have too many copies here, huh? Is the same? We don't need all of these, do we? Well, here's one with some green writing on it, so I guess we need that.
We're at 20, yeah, you need to
You don't
say
need all
that into
these,
the
do you?
record.
You can have these back.
2345 Edgewater Way.
Sure. Just you want these?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take
He
those
needs
and
to
then-
keep this one revised copy, as it doesn't.
I have
Oh.
one of
You have a revised one?
the ones that you brought in, are they updated from what you previously submitted?
Okay, so I guess I need this one.
We have a copy of the right one, too.
Hey, you look just like. Oh.
This is here for project design approval as requested, requires compliance with Planning Commission Resolution number 006-14. Project was last reviewed on October 21st, 2013. The chair would recognize Member Bernstein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to step down on this project
Okay, because,
I live really close to it.
okay, thank you. We have comments from our March 24th.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, and then, Mr. Ing, there is a statement I have to read because of Mr. Zimmerman's presence. Give me that because I don't have it memorized.
Did you read your statement first, or should I read
No,
this?
you can go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you.
Save time.
Sure, Mr. Sweeney. The board comments are as follows. Number one, the board finds the architectural approach is acceptable and received with favor. Number two, provide update of the planting on the public easement in coordination with the Parks Division staff. Number three, study fence in the front yard. Number four, study the brick and stone facade. Number five, provide detailing of the rooftop element. Number six, provide details of the architecture. And number seven, provide refined landscape plan. Action was presented by Sweeney, seconded by Pierce, 4 supporting, and 1, I believe, abstained. Bernie.
Thank you. If you could introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Jim Zimmerman, architect for Mr. and Mrs. Smolsky.
Jim, before you start, there is a statement I'm supposed to read, but I don't have it with me, but I'll read that when it gets here, but it's basically recognizing that you're a sole practitioner and representing your project even though you're on this board. So go ahead.
I think you're familiar with the existing structure that's there that will be demoed. And also the confined area of the lot, which is 500 feet long. We're only able to use about 165 linear feet. The floor plans have not changed since my last presentation. I have studied there was some comment about the using the brick, and I've done some studies that I would like to incorporate those into the project with some detailing. This is the type of brick I'd like to use with the lanterns, and the roof will project out about 2.5 feet, and then we'll be able to provide a cross brace with some curved elements going up to the peak.
So that's essentially this.
Yes. In the rear, well, in the front elevation, we have a brick facade. I think with the detail of the trusses, I think that really complements the front elevation. We'll have wood shingles on the second floor with the wood shutters, and there'll be a trellis running across over the garage doors to really incorporate some planting in that area. I like the window details here with a slight projection, so we'll be using that in a couple places. Also, this is a great lantern here. Which I'd like to use in a couple places also. There was comment that using the brick in the rear elevation looked too stark. So what I've done is I've run a trellis across the back with the planting coming down, which I think will soften that area. The railing up above, it'd be great to use this type of railing, which would be painted white. And I think the detail there will really complement that whole area with the, with the detailed wood posts. And I have Chris here with the landscape plan.
All right.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Chris Gilliland with Common Ground, landscape architect. Let's see, changes since the last time for the landscape. The city parks didn't allow us to do any planting along that western property boundary within the public easement. So that's unfortunate, but that's what happens. We did add some upright trees to sort of help soften that facade over there. And also in the front, we have 3 trees that'll help to buffer from the street as well. We did need to lower, we have an existing fence along west and east property line. And within the 20-foot setback, we need to, we're going to lower that fence. So we're looking at a picket fence of some sort, set back 2 feet from all sides, so we can plant it out with vines and also soften it. We've since added DG in the area where the new driveway entry is,
and a little walkway up towards the front entry as well. Also, pool equipment was added, sort of stuffed in here at the back. Will be recessed so you can see over the infinity edge. Outdoor fire pit was there before. Trash enclosure has been incorporated at the back here because it can't go in the setback. And other than that, everything remains as it was, as far as I can remember.
Okay, thank you. I think you've addressed most things in our last comments, but one was study the fence in the front yard. Did you have anything on the front yard fence?
Yeah, there'll be a low picket fence coming around with the planting in front. So that needs to be detailed on our next meeting.
Okay.
I would like to mention the walking area in front of the site, and the city didn't make us put sidewalks there. So I think it tends to match the neighborhood that way. So.
You said the city's making you put a sidewalk in?
No sidewalk.
Oh, okay.
No, it would be DG or some sort of walking material.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. Before we go further, let me just read this statement into the record. The State Fair Political Practices Act, Regulation 18702.4B and 5, paragraph 5 states that an official may appear before a design or architectural review committee of which he or she is a member present, explain architectural or engineering drawings which the official has prepared for a client. Jim Zimmerman is the sole practitioner and is using the exception understanding certain limits regarding advocating on behalf of his client. Before we go to questions from the public, this project did appear at Planning Commission. Is there anything from the Planning Commission meeting that we should be paying attention to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I attended, and they were quite pleased with the project and passed unanimously the project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ng, anything else we should know?
No, not this time.
Okay, thank you. Chair will open comments for the public for this address. Anyone wishing to address this project, please come forward. Seeing no one, Chair will close public comment, bring it back to the board for questions. Would like to start?
I have one question. The lantern, is that someone make that, or do you have to have that specially made?
Well, the lantern, you can get the lantern, but the bracket you have to have made.
Okay. All right. That's my only question.
Anybody else have questions?
I have one. Would you consider the fence in the front to be maybe the same detail as that, or is that just too complicated?
Oh.
Would that be cute?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
I just wondered.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And Jim, just to follow up on that, is it anticipated the fence will be a white color like the white of the trim on the...
It'll be all white.
Anyone else have other questions? No questions. Go to comments. This is here for project design approval. It still will need to come back for final approval with details, and color boards, etc.
Well, my comments are I like the approach. You came to us before with pictures of the neighborhood and stuff, so it's...
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
I can support this project. I think it's very, very cute.
Yeah, I was out at the site prior to going to the meeting, the Planning Commission hearing, and really looked at where the house was going to be, and I think this is just going to be a really great addition to the neighborhood. It is extremely visible, and a lot of people are going to see it, and I think it'll be delightful in this.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Jamie?
Yes, I agree. I think that it's really nice looking, and I'm familiar with the site as well. I think it'll go nicely with its surroundings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think I agree with my colleagues' comments. I'm going to be interested to see how you do your fence and the in-post. And I'm assuming that you're not going to, on this fence out here, you're not going to have any lighting standards or light fixtures or anything?
Not at this time.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Chair would entertain a motion for, I'm assuming, sounds like we want to give it design approval, project design approval, so you do need to find neighborhood compatibility, et cetera. So the chair would entertain a motion.
Okay.
Come back to consent.
And that whoever wants to make the motion needs to incorporate that language.
Needs to do it.
Oh, well, I guess I'll go ahead. Yes, I move to approve the project for project design approval, making the following findings, that,
Do you want it to go to consent?
oh, and we would, I think it could go to consent for final. And the project is compatible with the neighborhood. It has quality architecture and materials. The trees are definitely going to make a very large impact on this and well placed on the project. And there's consistency and appearance to the neighborhood.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, chair calls for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. This has a 10-day appeal period, I believe, Mr. Ing, for project design approval. Okay.
Thank you.
See you at consent calendar.
It's a beautiful project.
That's a great vote.
Oh, yeah. I was just,
Oh, I have that one, I think. Oh, do I? I have something about bungalows.
All right, that goes
Oh,
there.
my gosh.
That goes there.
yeah, I want to,
Guess you keep this.
the top.
I love that for you too.
And we'll drive, that goes that way.
Oops, things are being thrown at me.
Here. Let's go to 435 Canale Road.
Oh, what's this? What have we got? Oh,
That's the
that's
motion.
Stanwood and this one goes to Stanwood.
This is here for a second concept review, comments only. Still requires a staff hearing officer review. The requested zoning modifications, it was last reviewed on March 10th, 2014. And we'll have some comments here in a moment. Mr. Peugeot, if you can introduce yourself.
I'm Alex Peugeot. I'm the new architect for this project. I inherited this project. You've seen it, I think it was 4 weeks ago, 2 meetings ago. And
Okay.
maybe if we have the previous plans, maybe you'll remember it.
Okay.
It had, it's quite a difficult site.
Okay, if you could.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, and we're going, before you proceed, we're going to have Mr. Miller read in for us the comments from our last review.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The previous comments were, number 1, study the front entry tower area, east elevation, and the front door. Number 2, provide detail approach to the columns. Number 3, study proportions of the tower windows and styles. Number 4, study the dimensions of the windows and door relationships. Number 5, study the style of the stone veneer, compatibility with Santa Barbara's style. Number 6, provide details of the metal railing and wood deck materials. Number 7, provide details of recessed windows and roof venting compatible to high fire zones. Number 8, clarify the details of the retaining walls on the plans. Number 9, provide a conceptual landscape plan. Number 10, provide paving materials on the driveway. Number 11, use two-piece mission tile. And number 12, provide a color board. Action taken by Miller, seconded by James. 4 in favor, motion carried.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe if we can show the previous drawings to get an idea of what was before.
Yes, that would be great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to interrupt. I know that we're set for 4:05 for this.
Yes.
And the owners were outside a minute ago, but I can't find them, so I don't know if we want to just keep going.
Well, it's Mr. Peugeot's
No, it's
call.
fine. They are, they are bringing some landscaping drawings.
Okay.
Yeah, they were said they were
Yeah.
going to,
All
okay.
right, well, it's up to you.
It's fine with me if it's all right with you.
You're representing the owners. Thank you.
Here they come.
So this is Drew and Lord Smith, right here.
Okay, welcome.
And so, yeah, so,
So what do you want
well, I
to
just
share
wanted to
with
see
us?
perhaps the other elevations, because that's where the comments are made on.
Yeah.
On these, okay.
Right, so they're not made on these elevations. So I did change several things. Well, for once we clarified that yes, we are going to use the two-piece machine tile. And we have these drawings here that show the whole site, maybe like, I took some time basically to visit the site and see how steep it is. It's a very difficult site. And let's try to stay within the previous plans because, well, much work had gone in that direction, so that's why. I have these drawings larger right here, but maybe we should start on this part. And I changed the, I have a hip roof, hips instead of gables at the two ends, in part because of this rather unattractive and large gable ends that were basically creating some problems. I also resolved the eave condition for high fire with a suite, with a plaster suite terminating on a half-round gutter. And so that's how that is resolved. The tower, I simplified the tower, simplified the front door, changed the fenestration somewhat. And I show the extent of the retaining walls, which are basically pretty severe on this side, perhaps were not seen by the public, but there are a few that pertain to us because they are in the front yard and they will be visible. These are the blown up elevations, which is basically your standard materials. Have a colored board with a Belgard retaining wall, which in this case it shows how it's terrace, where the wall goes like that. There's a pocket that breaks the height, and that will be. Let me go back to this side plan, which shows those retaining walls. I haven't really worked on the side plan at all. I just identify them where they have been shown before. And then this is probably the higher part, which I showed that plan that gets up to maybe 6.5 feet. So maybe here we can do something to lower it. So this one is about 2 feet on this side, and it starts from 0 and it goes up to, it gets taller on this side. It's 5 or 6 feet or so, 6.5 feet, somewhere around here. And this retaining wall has disappeared. A little one goes over here, which is shown. It's shown in the other elevation. I try to show how this side. This is the one on the back. This is the one in the front. And this is the other side of the driveway. Okay. This is in the back of the lot. I really don't have, I'm not 100% sure how they're going to work out, but they are pretty much not very visible from the public right of way or from anywhere else. So we have, we have some mission time. It's good. I think, in case you don't remember, we were doing that.
That always happens.
I had it in the car. And I think that's about it. There was an issue with a deck on this side because it was facing, it was not there before. It was within the 15 feet, within the setback. So we eliminated, we put a big window with a balcony, with the kind where you put some flowers, so it's not drawn on the deck.
Juliet balcony.
Yeah, something, that kind of thing, And, well, I think everything else is self-explanatory. This front area, it has a different eave part. It will have exposed timber there. Just this part. The rest, we don't need that. As far as materials, I was looking at the. We're going to have 2x6 walls. I would like to recess a window like this. This is a aluminum casement by Milgard, which has the The good feature in this part, the sash is bigger. It's about 2 inches or so. So it's the one I think it's not just the skimpy 1-inch profile. It's a thicker type. And we can, it's not shown here, but we can set it in the back. So there's about a 4.5-inch recess on the windows. This is not the way, I mean, this is the standard installation, but it could be set in the back, which is what we're proposing.
And this is aluminum? Is this high fire compliant?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's, all you need is a tempered glass on the outside, and you're good.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you. Could you, just for the record, introduce yourselves, please? Speaking of
Okay, my name is Lourdes. My name is Lourdes Smith, and my husband and I, we are planning to build a simple family home in Conejo Road.
Okay.
For my husband and I.
Drew.
I'm Drew Smith.
Thank you.
This is the aerial photograph. And I have some photos. I'm not sure if there were photos presented last time. I took pictures and they're pretty complete.
Thank you. Just so we're clear before we go to questions, public, he did study. I'm missing a microphone. All right. Sorry. We asked the applicant to study the entry tower. One thing that you did mention was the fact that he did, and he's brought this tower height down, so it's in with ease. So you guys didn't notice that. The columns apparently went away. Tower and window styles have changed. You've already went over that. Apparently, there is no stone veneer now in the house.
No,
that's
we never.
Okay. Metal railing, recessed windows, so forth and so on. Okay. Is anyone here from the public wishing to address this project? Seeing none, Chair shall close the public hearing. This project still has to go to a staff hearing officer for modifications?
Yes, that is correct.
And could you remind us again what those mods are for?
As Mr. Peugeot just mentioned, there's a modification that is needed for part of the deck that encroaches into the setback.
Yeah, there are several modifications. And by the way, we still also need to nail down exactly the mechanics of the driveway. We know that it's going to start on this side and it's going to end up on this side because it's just the only way to get there. But it does encroach into we're building it into the right of way, so we need and it appears, but we don't have anything in writing that says this is the easy. So there's some issues with the driveway. There are issues with the retaining walls. Anything that is in the setback. Notice that the setback is right here, the front. It has a double setback, so there's another setback from the back, so it's right there. I believe that this will need a modification. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
And as far as, and this is the 15-foot setback on this side, so there's a little bit on this side that gets into the setback. And so there's some in the front. Oh, okay. I think this corner right here on the upstairs also needs a modification. This little triangle right there.
Okay.
So with my conversation with Suzanne Riegel, she mentioned she was pretty supportive of those modifications. There were some issues with the deck, which you reviewed in your last meeting, and so we pulled out of that. We decided not to do that. We have a door on the back that doesn't require any exceptions.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let us go to board for questions. Who would like to
Any questions?
Questions, please? Questions?
I have a question.
No, I'm okay for now.
Go ahead.
For David. Exceeding the height in the front yard now with that retaining wall, is that starting to being taken care of on the new ordinance, or?
As part of the that new ordinance, staff is developing a set of administrative guidelines where that will be approved. That has not been produced yet, but hopefully in the next month, assuming that the ordinance is adopted tomorrow, staff will be working on that process.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, for clarification, so I heard that one of the decks that needed the modification was eliminated, but then I heard that we have to get a mod for the deck, so I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, I only recently looked at the plans today, and that Mr. Peugeot presented the more updated information.
So that's not an issue.
There is a deck, but the deck that's showing doesn't need a modification.
Okay, and then my other one, did you say that it was clay S-tile for the roof that they're proposing? Just regular tile? Okay, that's it, thank you.
Just to clarify this.
Yes.
This whole area, if I understand it correctly, this whole area requires a modification.
Right, because it's in there.
And a little bit, and there is a deck in there, so, you know.
Oh, so that deck,
because
that deck is part of, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay.
But not the one on the side.
Does this turnaround require the mod too, because it's in the setback?
I don't know, to be truth. I think Suzanne was talking more about the height of the wall.
Okay, gotcha.
I think a turnaround could go in the setback.
You can back on.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Let's see. I want to clarify the height of the wall in the back. I think it's this area you're pointing to. That's retaining this hillside.
Yes.
So that is about what? How high?
Well, it would be like that.
So what is that scale?
It's a tenth. Yeah, it would be like 7, 8 feet, something like that.
This is at 1 inch equals 10.
Yeah, it's the. Yeah, it looks about 8 feet or so.
Okay.
And that would be the worst part on this
That's
side.
the highest point. And then this wall is higher, right, than that grade down here?
Yes, and it's
That's
shown
what it's showing on that wall right there.
Yeah, and it's shown in the elevation right there.
Okay. And you said you're still kind of working on that. So have you looked at alternatives and maybe doing a couple of stepping it down?
Yeah, but what I need to really get with transportation is to see how low we can get here, because they like this to be rather flat, the 5% or so.
Right.
Try to lower this a little bit. Maybe we go more on an angle, a little bit farther down, so the thing is mellower.
So it's going to take some more study.
Yeah, that part's going to take some more study. This could be, well, you can see it in the elevation how it looks in the front.
Right.
It could have something else in front.
And then these elements on the elevation, basically, that's this. So they have some thickness. That wall goes straight back in, correct?
Right there,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Let's see. Question to my colleagues. Given what he's proposing, remember this is just here for project, or for just comments, which we can't give any formal action. But his approach on the window, no guard window details that he was sharing, is that okay with you guys? Okay. And then, are you thinking about any exterior lighting fixtures at this point?
Yes, I'm sure we have something. We don't. I mean, in the porch it can be it can be recessed here. Would be the most innocuous, and you probably need something. It could be also. It would be best to. I mean, I'm thinking in terms of limiting the light, the night sky, and all that. We will maybe need we'll put some lantern as we had before.
Okay, and then just to be clear, so this thing is identified as a terrace, is what we were referring to as a deck. So that's this element here.
Right.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Anyone else questions, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think it's a vast improvement. I think you did a great job considering all the stuff you had to deal with. I kind of curious, how the garage door maybe this should have been a question. You have all these little windows. I don't know if that's actually what's going to happen.
I just tell you the truth. I just took what it was there before. There will be some glazed openings on the top part of the window of the garage. Maybe they will go away. I'm not married to that.
All right.
I don't think we are.
Just guess I'd look forward to information on the garage door and the breakups of the windows. Are you going to keep them with no breakups, or do you like the way they are?
That's what the clients prefer.
Okay. Well, I think based on the questions that Fred asked about light fixtures and stuff, I can support this project. I think it's a great job. And one more thing, the retaining wall. I don't know if there's something you could grow that grows over the retaining wall that's high fire compliant that might mitigate all the retaining wall.
Where's the? You've seen the photos, right? The photo shows the Belga pavers and retaining. No, I mean the color board. I'm not sure where it went. Yeah, here it shows the. Yeah, maybe we'll do something on top. Okay. Yeah, we'll work on it.
Just hold your thought just for a moment so we can let.
That satisfies my question.
Okay. I'm going to have you ask questions in just a second, but let's finish comments from Denise.
Oh, comments.
Or comment.
It's an improvement from what we saw last time, most definitely.
All right. Jamie?
I also agree it's an improvement, and I think that was a good comment about softening the walls with the landscape, and when the landscape plan comes, we'll be taking a look at it.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Okay. Bernie?
Yeah, I agree.
Comments? Okay. I'm going to make a comment, but let's go to your question. You had a question?
No, I was just going to answer your questions about to have some green the landscaping. Yes, we are working on that.
Okay. Before we close the comments, and I guess I should have asked the question ahead of time to my colleagues, are you thinking we're going to need a landscape plan on this project? Are we required to have a landscape plan on this project?
There should be.
I think it already stated that.
Yeah, we have something to show.
We have a preliminary one.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe you should show that. That would be helpful.
Take it from here, Lutz.
I was a farmer in Mexico, so and we love to farm.
Okay.
And our landscape designer was on vacation last week, so.
Well, as you see, we went to search about the zero fire escaping, so to have some plants that they are going to be nearby the house, so to avoid cash fires. So we decided to have one of them, which are on the cactus family, and so we are going to have cactus and yuccas nearby the house. And so as a bearing between our neighbors and us, we are planning to have nopales, which I like it. And those are good bearing walls and something between, and at the same time it prevents to catch fires. And they are already some plants and bushes on the other side of both neighbors. So we are planning to have palms, one of the Mediterranean one. They have three stems on the front. We are planning to have trees that provide some fruits, which I like citrus. So we decided to have
citrus trees and avocado trees.
On the front.
And then a lot of ceanothus.
For your question about the retaining wall here and to have some greens here, so we are going to have a lavenders, and I like the bird of paradise. That I like the color and the contrast with the green and the orangey. So it's lavender here, and then it's rosemary, another bushes in this other side area, and here we are going to have kind of a mountain thing with cactus.
Agaves.
Oh, agaves. Is it there?
Yeah, just.
Well.
Okay. So we are having here the pronunciation.
Ceanothus.
Ceanothus.
Okay.
So we are working on that.
And then some kind of paving material. on
Yes,
the driveway.
of course, yes.
Okay. Go to my landscape colleagues. Any questions on the concept?
No, it seems to, all the plants pretty much go together well, actually. They're all Mediterranean plants. It's a very Mediterranean landscape, which I think is very suitable to the style of the house and to the high fire area.
I actually have one more comment to go back to
Okay.
architecture when you're ready.
Okay. Any comments, further comments, questions on the landscape?
No, I agree with my colleague.
Okay. Napalitos, okay. Let's go to, you had another question?
Yeah, well, I have a comment. I'm thinking that you should do some kind of breakup with the windows, in particular on the front elevation, because the style of architecture kind of, I don't know what to say, not required, but kind of ask for some kind of breakup. Because I know how it's nice not to have breakup, but there's two options, maybe having one breakup in the middle, but I know frequently you've seen in older homes where they've done a breakup where they have the upper, possibly do something like this. I think that would add a lot more personality and be more in keeping with that style of architecture. Because if you don't have any kind of breakup, that's kind of on the contemporary look, but that's my only suggestion. That might help on the front elevation.
Okay. Further comments?
Is that a consensus of everybody?
We'll see what happens when we get to a motion. I'll follow up on that comment. I think that this project has come a considerable way. I think that given where this particular applicant is trying to come from in terms of trying to do a very simple house and a constrained budget, et cetera, I think that not breaking up the windows in this particular case is probably okay.
Okay.
I think that the proportions are done well. I think based on what we saw last time, this has come a long way. So I think if we get the windows recessed, I think if they can articulate the retaining wall business, and particularly get the driveway resolved and how that's going to go over the right-of-way issue, I think that'll go a long ways. I think that the landscape palette will lend itself to this very simple solution. One thing we'll want to see when you come back, at least in my view, is how you're going to ventilate the house, the roof, and so forth. Ice
Yeah, it's great stuff.
Great stuff. So how you're going to deal with that. And then, of course, lighting. Then I think we already talked about that. So that would be my comments. So this is here for comments only. It still has to go to staff hearing officer for all these modifications. So the chair would entertain a motion with comments only. Ms. Pierce.
Give it a whirl. Okay. So I'm making a motion to come back after speaking with the staff hearing officer with the following comments. Please, just a second. Where is
So
it?
you want to continue
Okay.
the project?
We'd like to continue the project indefinitely. No, it's not modification. The modifications are aesthetically appropriate. We're talking about the two modifications, the front area and then the back north corner. They do not pose any consistency issues. And I think that's it, right?
Okay. And you want it to come back to the full board, correct?
Right.
Okay. That's the motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
A second.
Okay. Is there any further comments to the motion?
I'd like to see samples of the windows.
The actual samples other than the details
well,
that he provided?
Maybe a little better drawing than just the mechanical drawing, just so I could visualize what it looks like.
We'll do that for next time.
Okay.
Okay.
And did we see the colors, or are they going to bring all that
That'll
back?
come next time.
Okay.
They did have a colored board.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did have that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, this color doesn't look good here, but it's a wonderful color. It's just that this light
Yeah,
kills
this
it.
light is not the kind of light you look at that
Mm-hmm.
colorway. Okay. Any further comments? Hearing none, the chair shall call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed only for, I'd love to see some breakups on the front elevation. That's the only thing. But it's beautiful.
Any abstentions? All right. So carried. So we'll see you after you've gone to your staff hearing officer.
Great. Thank you.
We're going to take about a 3-minute break just because we're running a little ahead. We don't want to go too far ahead.
Somebody else. Don't you know that it's tough to be alone on the shelf, and it's worse to fall in love by yourself. For the one I love, it's that one that I love. It's the one that I love. He belongs to somebody else.
Let's take it nice and easy. It's gonna be so easy for us to fall in love. Hey baby, what's your hurry? Relax and don't you worry. We're gonna fall in love. We're on the road to romance, that's safe to say. So let's make all the stops along the way. The problem now, of course, is to simply hold your horses. To rush would be a crime, 'cause nice and easy does it every time. Let's take it nice and easy. It's gonna be so easy for us to fall in love. Hey baby, what's your hurry? Relax and don't you worry. We're gonna fall in love. We're on the road to romance, that's safe to say. So let's make all the stops along the way. Along the way.
Hi. They'll be here shortly. As soon as staff returns, we'll get those. As Mr. Ing is getting the plans, I'm going to read the project description because this is a new item. It's a proposal to demolish an existing 3,817 square foot, 2-story single-family residence and detached garage and construct a new 6,068 square foot, 2-story single-family residence with a 735 square foot attached 3-car garage. A 3,051 square foot habitable basement is proposed below grade. The project also includes a new 60 square foot detached pool building, relocated driveway, and other site work. The proposed 6,068 square feet above grade floor area on a 23,870 square foot lot is 128% of the guideline maximum floor to lot area ratio. If you could introduce yourselves, please.
Hi, I'm Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning. I'm the land use consultant working on this.
Okay.
Doug Leach, the architect of the project.
Peter Camden, one of the homeowners.
Okay. Welcome. If you could please share with us your project.
Sure. I'm going to start off and just sort of orient you to the neighborhood context and bring it down to the site, and then Doug will go through the actual architectural details of the house. So we're on the Upper East Side. I printed out an aerial photo of the area right around our lot. Here's another one. So this is our lot here in red, and this neighborhood that we're in is it's the part of the Upper East it's really characterized by larger lots and some of the largest homes that are in the downtown Santa Barbara area in an older neighborhood. Our new general plan didn't have neighborhood profiles in it, but the old one, which sometimes it helps to go look at what the general plan, how they describe neighborhoods. And this particular neighborhood was described as a district of large, prestigious homes. Most structures are spacious single-family houses set back from the street on large lots. And then it goes on to talk about the fact that this is sort of unique because it's one of the only areas in Santa Barbara where we have fairly large homes on large lots, but in a close-in location. So right around our block, the FARs are guidelines here because we're well over 15,000 square feet, but I thought in this case, since this is a fairly large house, it would be valuable to do a 20 closest homes analysis, which I provided with our submittal. I don't know if you've all had a chance to review that.
No. We don't see any of this until this moment.
Okay, so I'll just briefly touch on that. In terms of FAR, this proposed house actually comes in around the 50th percentile of FARs in the surrounding neighborhood. It's a large house, but in the neighborhood, this is actually an even larger house directly across the street from us. This is it's only a few square feet larger, but it is larger, and it's on a smaller lot than we have. It's about a 20,000 square foot lot. And as you go down the street, you basically have large two-story estates on large lots. And then you have sort of intermediate lots like this one here. That's a 5,500 square foot two-story house. And then you have places where some of these large lots have been subdivided down, and you've actually got 2,000 plus square foot homes developed on 5,000 square foot lots. So a lot of these houses in our neighborhood are much higher FARs than what's proposed with this project. But it's a function of being on such small lots, but still having relatively large homes. But, throughout the neighborhood, we got very large homes all around us, mostly 2 stories, all of which I'm sure in the photo package I turned in, I've got pictures of a lot of these, and you immediately recognize these because they're prominent when you drive by on the street. So that's our neighborhood. I just did a quick look at the actual block we're on. And if you look at the 4 lots that are along our side of the block, basically we come in right in the middle of the FAR range, and we're the high end of the size range, but we're not that far beyond the size of some of the larger homes on our side. And then, of course, across the street from us, we've got this home on Santa Barbara Street.
Could you put that? We're on camera here, so
Sure.
It has to go the other way. Thank you. All right, so your lot is right there?
This is our lot right here. And
see
so
if we
you can
want
see
to
we have a
show it.
0.28 FAR, and then right next door to us, we've got a 0.27 FAR. A much smaller lot, though, 10,000 square feet smaller than we are, but still a fairly large house. And then this lot on the corner here has a much higher FAR than we have. Smaller lot, but still a very large house. So we've got the largest lot in the surrounding area that I looked at in the 20 closest homes analysis. And if I can see those pictures really quick.
So is this larger than that lot?
It's probably about the exact same size as that lot. This one's a little shorter, but it's a little wider. And it's outside. I tried to stick in the 20 closest homes to the ones which were actually closest to our lot. So I didn't go to the other side of surrounding blocks. This house here this is the front elevation of the house on Santa Barbara Street that's actually larger than what we're proposing. This is this house right here that's next door to us.
This house is this house over here?
Yeah, that's this house right there, and that elevation faces Santa Barbara Street. This is the existing house on our lot, which is a fairly large house, probably not the most attractive house in the neighborhood. Here's another picture of it. But it's a really large house. I guess it was maybe a boarding house at one point or something. It's been different things than a single-family residence in the past. And this house is the house that's immediately next to us on this lot right here. So as you go down the street, you're basically faced with large two-story houses presenting to the street. It's a smaller house, but it's a good example of how square footage on its own doesn't give you the full picture of mass, bulk, and scale. This entire house is massed up against a single plane, up against the street, and it's smaller than what we're proposing, but actually would look really similar to what we're proposing based on the mass that's viewed from the street. And then a couple of other photographs that I have in here I think are important to look at. This is a photograph that is looking at our site. So basically standing here looking this way at our site along the street. And we've got a lot of large established vegetation that's actually on the adjacent lot and would remain in place to screen views of our lot. Here's a straight on view of our property. So you can see that this house is actually set really far back. It's not the same setbacks as all the other houses in the neighborhood. But you can see it back there. And then as you get further down the street, this photo, again, this is looking at an angle at our lot this way. And again, we've got established vegetation present on the adjacent lot, which would remain in place, screening the views of the future residents on this lot, which the future residents, and we'll get into this on the site plan, but it's still set back quite a ways. But I think that this existing vegetation helps to screen it, and it's going to remain in place. And then I have all these other photos of just existing homes along the street. This would be an example of one of the smaller lots that's developed with a relatively large house. These cases, this is like this house right here. They're basically built all the way out to their setbacks in every case. And that's what happens on these smaller lots. It's a high-value neighborhood. People have a tiny little lot. They sort of maximize their house on it. We've got a huge lot and a bigger house, but as you'll see when we get to the site plan, it's not maximizing the development envelope really along any of the setbacks. So that's the neighborhood context and the surroundings. I think, let's keep in mind that it's the Upper East, and there's a lot of large estates up here, and we know this is a big house, but this is a neighborhood full of big houses. So when we're looking to compatibility with the neighborhood, I think we need to look at that. And then the wall that's along the street actually has some historical significance, and it's been evaluated by Post Hazeltine Associates. That's going to go to HLC. That's not actually in front of you guys today. But we asked them to evaluate the proposed house, and so they looked at it. Yeah, they looked at that as well and determined that they thought it was compatible with the neighborhood context and other potentially historic houses in the neighborhood. So that's going to go to HLC. But I thought that you should at least hear what they had to say about it. So I'm going to turn it over to Doug, and he can walk you through the actual elevations and site plan and everything else.
Okay, thank you. Maybe can we go to the site plan on sheet A1? We're already there. Let's get these out of the way. Okay. So, the street is obviously on your right. North arrow is down in the right-hand corner, but on my pencil, that's north. So just talking about setbacks, so maybe we'll discuss that for a minute. You can see the big setback on the north side, 28.65 feet to the garage. Over at this one-story, the light gray elements is one-story roof elements. So to the guest suite out here in the front is 21 feet or so. And then on the opposite side, 10-foot required setback. Most of the house has a 15-foot setback. And the second floor setback right here where my finger is, it looks like another 7, 8 feet or so to this 2-story wall right here. Front setback required 30 feet, provided 30 feet at these pedestals setting up the front porch, but the rest of the house is pulled back, and I think the number was like 39 feet or something from property line to the dark gray, which is the second story section. Okay. Entering the house, the driveway, the garage doors along the right side as you view the house from the street. So you don't really see the garage doors because they're behind this little guest suite that's pulled over a little bit. At the last meeting, what committee? The historical committee? But anyway, it was suggested that we take the driveway width down to 14 feet, and we're going to do that. Talk to David, your planner, our planner, over the phone. This guest spot where I'm pointing right here is in the side setback. Can't do that, so that will be removed. Another item worth mentioning, right where I'm pointing here, this is about a 9.5-foot wide walkway centered on the front door. That will be narrowed up to 6 feet per the recommendations of that prior. Okay. Just wanted to point out, just looking at this plan a little bit more, tell you what, let's go to the next sheet, which is a demolition plan. Probably unusual to look at a demolition plan, but this is probably worth pointing out, the very next sheet. Okay, right where I'm pointing here, outline of existing house, which is pulled way back off the street, obviously. One of the things that we were trying to achieve is this house being built, owners, the Kenazines, live in this house while this house is being built. Just kind of a nice feature. Now, this is a weird position that this house was built way back when. But obviously, what we were trying to do is position our house that falls in line with the other big properties on this street, on the other side of the street, and over and above that, maintaining a nice backyard, of course. We have a little detached pool structure back here. It's just a bathroom. And we are going to save this existing fireplace back here, exterior fireplace that exists. There's some other elements of the existing house that we liked, not a lot, but a couple. So with that, let me go to the elevation sheet, which is sheet number A7. There's actually 3 sheets of elevations, but we'll start with the front. So I'm on A7. Okay, and actually right now would probably be a good time to pass. Oh, you grabbed them. Okay. You have black and white rendering on the cover sheet on the front, but rather than go back to that, I think it would be wise right now to pass out these 2 renderings. It's the same renderings that are on the front, but these are in color. And I think it'd be nice to be able to talk about the elevations and look at these renderings at the same time, just for clarification. Okay. So, and I've got an extra copy here. Okay. So, front elevation. Now, I'm on the front east side elevation. Big porch out here in front, of course. Big gable roof. And obviously this style, is, I'm sure you know, we have gable roofs everywhere. No hip roofs, but gable roofs everywhere. This is a detail in here that I've done before that you've seen around town. Of course, it's around Santa Barbara, all over the place. This detail up in the gable, the outlookers, the battered stone. The stone material will not be, the artificial El Dorado or anything like that. This will be the sandstone that kind of matches the walls out in front. So this will be real stone on the house. The rhythm of the windows, the rhythm of the French doors, kind of classic craftsman. This little flare detail is a detail on the existing house that Peter liked a lot. So we emulated that here in the front. The existing house has a sleeping porch out here in front. And so we emulated that with this gable out here, which is the gable closest to the street, other than the entry porch. Okay, so now if you look at the renderings and the elevations side by side, and I know you know this, but this is out the furthest, and then this steps way back, this steps back. This area over here steps back from here, giving you the 2 gables over here. This steps back. This is a covered porch, so we got shade and shadow happening here, and all in there. And then we have a trellis over here off of the guest quarters, which gives us some shade and shadow over there as well. And of course, the stone elements underneath the porches. On this side here, which is the left side, south side, this is the second-story wall that I referred to a couple minutes ago that's set way back from the property line. We got a big one-story roof element happening here to help scale down the massing of the house as viewed from this side. The big gable roof here, obviously, the rhythm of windows, the flare detail is continued along this side. The stone at the chimney, I know I'm talking fast, but I apologize. The stone here at the chimney, stone underneath the porch. And of course, these elements are way back, but you see them from this side. Moving to the next set of elevations, now I'm on sheet A8, which is the next sheet. Okay. Don't have a rendering of the rear, but obviously, looking from the backyard, and this is more for the Kamazines than I would say from neighbors, but looking at the backyard, did not want to be overpowered by two-story elements just right out there in the rear yard. So this is a nice big one-story roof element, covered outdoor living, covered outdoor dining area, series of French doors, obviously, master bedroom up here on the top with a porch looking out to the rear yard. This is garage. This is a staircase right here, exterior staircase, and this is an office upstairs here. Along this side here, which is the right side north elevation, I had already mentioned that the garage doors, you don't see them from the street, so you pull up and you swing into these garage doors. 3 interior spots here, one-story roof element I had mentioned before, gable roof obviously, which carries through to the opposite side of the house, roof element that steps back from here, and the one-story roof element here that you see from the backyard. Pool house, now I'm on the next sheet, on sheet A9. Just very quickly, this is the fireplace that will be kept, that's existing right now. So we centered this little detached pool building on the fireplace. Kind of lines up actually way out to the front door. So when you open the door, you actually see through the house all the way to this element in the rear. Moving to sheet A11. Sheet A11 shows a roof plan, probably worth mentioning, hatched area, solar panels. Actually, we'll probably bleed over into this area even more. We can put solar panels down here as well. We're exploring putting them here. But it's a pretty simple roof plan, which I always find is the best way to go rather than a complicated roof plan. This is a pretty simple roof plan. No hips, all gables, of course. A 3.5 and 12 pitch roof, which is a nice, fairly low pitch for this style. Showing some line of sight drawings here. I don't think I really want to go over them unless you have questions on them, but it shows the perceived mass as viewed from the sidewalk and a person walking down the sidewalk. We want to salvage some of the materials of the existing house. I can't really speak to how much we'll salvage, but it's definitely part of the game plan. There might be some beams inside that we can salvage. There's some stained glass windows on the outside, not on this particular elevation that we're looking at on this photo, but we'd like to incorporate some of those items into the new house. The fireplace, exterior fireplace I've already spoken about. We want large, now I'm back to let's just look at this elevation. You could tell that we have big eaves, which is what you would expect for this style. I think they're 3-foot eaves. They vary a little bit. Some are actually 4 feet. Big rake overhangs, about 2.5 feet on the rakes. Heavy composition shingles, and then a combination of shingle material and siding below, split up by that flare detail that we discussed. I think that's all I have for now. I'm obviously happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Is there anything more we should add?
Do you want to add?
Okay. Thank you.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a landscape plan that Phil Suiting did for us. He couldn't make it today, but we have thought through the whole site, and we've got that on the page here. If anybody's got specific comments or questions about that, I can try to answer
that
those
on a
for you.
sheet on here?
It's on sheet L1,
which is
towards the very end.
I think so. Might be the very last sheet. Second to last, I'm sorry. Wanted to mention, sorry, before I forget, this is a really good book. I mean, I actually had this book, but it's on your suggested reading. Maybe it's from the city. Yeah, suggested reading. But anyway, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else you want to present? Okay, before we go to questions, we want to go to the public for comments on 209 East Isley. Before I go, do I have any comments from here? Okay, thank you. Before I go to persons here in the room, we do have one email that was received earlier today. So I'm just going to read it because it's short. With all due respect to the successes of the Camazins, the proposed house is too big. This is part of the Upper East, is a modest mix of bungalows and historic estates, and this new house proposed will be incompatible with those existing. Please reject the excessive square footage far above the FAIA guidelines. Drusilla Van Hengel, PhD, and the address has been cut off. Mr. Forrest.
Yeah. So I was a little shocked to read the square footage in the notice that came for the public hearing. That's huge, and I don't know, he says the other houses are that size, but 6,000 square feet. I would like the actual, to see what actual square footage is. I mean, the existing house is large, and it's only 3,000 square feet. But I have a problem with it being moved to the front. It's going to change the neighborhood considerably by the house sitting on the front of the lot. I would like to know what and right on the front of the lot, in the 30-foot setback, I mean, right at the edge of the 30-foot setback. I'm wondering how many rooms are going to be in the house and how tall is it? That hasn't been, you probably can see it on the plan, but I can't see it. The existing stone wall was a big argument. The retention of the stone wall at HLC was very important, and I see that they're going to destroy a portion of it by moving the driveway from the from the west end to the east end of the property. So that is a problem. So I hope that this could be made a little smaller and a little not so much in your face for a historic or for an established neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other persons willing to speak to this issue? Hearing none, Chair shall close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for questions. But before we go to questions, Mr. Ng, do you have any other pieces of information we should know about?
No, we have completed a preliminary plan check, which I provided to the applicant, and there are some issues, as some of them Mr. Leach mentioned, some items in the setback, but there are other smaller structures in the setbacks. An environmental assessment will need to be done because there is a substantial amount of grading for the basement. But at this time, there are no... At this time, we're open to just comments from the board.
Okay. And did we have, apparently this did go to HLC, Do we have any specific comments from HLC that we should be looking at?
It's not my recollection that I went to the HLC board.
It's not gone yet.
I can address that if you want to hear.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Mr. Chair, before any design was done on this, they brought in a full historic report evaluating the entire property, including the house and the wall and everything else. And that report concluded that the house had no historical significance at all. The only feature that had some historical significance was this wall along the street. And since we were then proposing to change this wall, and the wall is not going to be destroyed, we're going to take a portion of the wall where the new driveway is and use those same stones to put it back where the driveway was. That's been evaluated subsequently by the same historian that did the first report. That report's already been in, the city's urban historians reviewed it, and it's getting forwarded on to HLC. So HLC has to approve the changes to the wall, but the wall is completely separate from the house, which is why they sent the house to your board.
I understand that, but the question is, did that report, was that officially reviewed and heard by the HLC? That's the question.
It hasn't been yet. It's been submitted, and staff has reviewed it and agrees with the conclusions and is forwarding it to HLC.
So the report hasn't been in front of the HLC yet?
Correct, but it only addresses the wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first report that I told you about has been to the HLC
That
and been
went to
approved.
the HLC.
The second one, which addresses these changes to the walls, has not been.
That's what I'm trying to get clear.
Yeah.
So the HLC did review the report that says that the existing house wasn't significant, but the wall was significant. That's the first report.
Correct.
That went to HLC.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to questions from the board.
I have no questions.
Ms. Woolery. Thinking? Okay. This side. Jim? No.
I have a few,
Yes.
but I feel like I have to comment on that significant if HLC, because there a lot of times they say it has no significance, but it does. So that's just my opinion. I can't argue, but I'm just telling you the neighborhood has heart in some of these houses, and it, they look at this stuff and it's meaningful to them, and they let us know that. So just the couple of questions that I have is the covered outdoor living areas, including the dining area and there was one other outdoor living spaces. Those aren't counted in the FAR. They're just covered areas. So,
Right.
So I just want my colleagues to notice that. And then, yeah, I'm pretty sure that if it's doesn't have walls, it's not counted. But the other question that's showing up on our description is about the basement, a 3,000 square foot habitable basement below grade. So my question about that is any of that included in the FAR, or is it a 9,000 square foot house?
Should I address that?
Yeah, well, that was going to be one of my questions.
Okay.
Do we add the two numbers together?
No, Mr. Your guidelines, the FAR guidelines, and the way you define FAR in your ordinance specifically excludes basement square footage. It only counts above grade square footage.
I understand that, but in reality, do I add the 3,800, or excuse me, the 6,068 plus the 3,051?
Yes, this is 6,000.
So this is a 9,000 square foot house?
If you count the basement with
Yes,
it,
it's
correct.
a 9,000
It's a 9,000 square foot house.
Okay, great, thank you. Further questions?
So just my last question, as I understand it. So the existing house, they're going to live in it while they're building the other house. Then they're going to knock down the other house, the older one, and that'll all be what, the pool and the landscaping? I get it. Thank you. One thing I thought, Mr. Chair, maybe you might want to do this, or I could share what this means in case the public is looking at that.
Okay, basically,
The two ways that the FAR that they presented to us, where it aligns itself.
so we have 209 East Leslie, so it appears we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 FARs that are larger?
Correct.
Is that what I'm reading?
But could you explain what that means, FAR is larger, to the public if they're listening?
Sure. It means that the area of the house relative to the area of the lot that it sits on as a ratio is higher. So if you have a really, really large lot and a small house, you're going to have a very small number as FAR. And if you have a really small lot and a large house, you're going to have a much larger number as an FAR. And a few of the largest FARs that are in that table are on some of the smaller lots in the neighborhood. Some of these lots get down to as little as 3,000 square feet. But on that lot, for example, there is almost a 2,000 square foot house. So in terms of maximizing development on a lot, when you look at a higher FAR number, it's telling you that the house is pushing out to the setbacks as much as possible. And when you're seeing a lower number, that's telling you that the maximum development envelope is not being maximized as much. And where we fall in those 20 lots, and we have a mix of lots next to us. Some of the lots are very large, like ours, and have very large homes on them. And some of them are small and still have fairly large homes on them. And so all of the data is included. None of this is required, by the way. I just thought this would be helpful to look at. But if you really parse out the larger lots and look at the homes that are on those lots, the FARs are all very similar to what's being proposed here.
Well, what is your study, I believe, since you're showing up in the middle? You're saying, and I just want really simple terms that the public can understand, which is that this one is sort of in between. So it's sort of in the middle in terms of the size that you're proposing for the size of the lot.
That's precisely what it shows.
And that's one study of an FAR, Florida area ratio. And the other way that you do it, actually, I think...
The other way is not
Can we
FAR.
let Fred explain it? Because you're, it's hard for people to understand the architectural jargon.
The other study is not FAR. The other study is purely the square footages. So this study that we're looking at shows, compared to all the other houses, where do we fit in? And not surprisingly, we're near the very top of that list, because this would be one of the largest houses. It would be the second biggest, but close to the biggest. But again, we're on the largest lot in the neighborhood too, and the FARs are taking the lot size into account, whereas this table only looks at square footage.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Jamie, questions? Okay. Total height of the roof. Where are you at on that? Can I just use the scale?
Yeah. Right.
So this is drawn at
quarter inch.
On A11, you get a lot of ridge height.
So we have 27 feet?
Well, that's measuring from the basement, wasn't it? Or did you
No,
measure from
no,
the
no,
grade?
no, you did from the grade.
Okay. Pardon?
From the finished floor, it's 27.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So the solar panels are going to be on Santa Barbara South, but you haven't quite figured all that out yet, but that's the
I did
idea.
say it would bleed into that other area, but yes.
And then, did I see a skylight?
That's a good question.
There's
Yes, you did.
There's something there.
Right,
Is
that's
that
a
it?
skylight, yes.
Is it just on that side, or is it on both?
Let me check. I think there's a couple, right. Yeah.
Okay, so it's on both sides, okay.
Right.
It's this, and those are skylights
Those are
also?
skylights,
And
too. That's a
that-
chimney.
That's a chimney, okay.
So, let me see.
Couple down over the kitchen too. Right?
Yeah, they're underneath the eave. There's a couple.
Okay.
It's just showing up here anyway. There's a couple below this eave here into the kitchen.
They're
So
not
two
on
down.
the front elevation.
Right. None of them are on the street side of the ridge.
Okay. And then could we go back to the photograph you had, I think maybe it's in your pile, of you showing vegetation on the front of the lot?
Existing vegetation?
Well, yeah, we have three which show the front of the lot and the two lots next door. Looking at three different angles as you would see this lot. Here's the middle one.
Okay.
This
There's
is
the other one.
this one, and this is this one.
Okay. So you indicated that that group of foliage and this group of foliage is on the adjacent lots, and you indicated that that those would remain. Do you have some kind of agreement with the adjacent property owners that that foliage will remain?
My statement that they would remain is that they're not on this property, so aren't being removed as part of this project at all. I'm not claiming that the neighbors are somehow obligated to retain that foliage. I'm just saying that's existing foliage that's in place.
I just want to make sure I understood that was clear. Thank you. Skylights. Okay, I think those are my questions. Let's go to board comments.
Wait, may I ask
Yes.
one more question?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. So how many of the neighbors have you shared this with, and what was their response?
Well, all of our neighbors have been noticed, both by mail, and then I also went around and hand-delivered notices. And the response was, we've only received the 2 comments you've heard. Nobody, Peter can probably address this better because he's talked personally with his neighbors, but just in terms of, my experience with projects and neighborhood concerns about projects, normally when the neighborhood's really concerned about a project, we hear from them. I'm sure you hear from them a lot. And in this case, we've gotten an email, and we have Mr. DeForest here. But Peter, you've talked with your neighbors. Can you shed any light on this?
We haven't talked a ton. The neighbors to the west they love the idea. They think it's going to enhance their property value, and they love the design of the house that we've come up with. And the neighbors to the east are renters, and we were not able to track down the actual property owner. It's a P.O. box in Summerlin, so we have not had any contact with them. And then the other neighbors are, pretty far offset off the back, and we don't really have much of a relationship. We've met them, but we don't have much of a relationship with them to have had a conversation. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Who would like to start?
Dive in, I guess.
Okay.
If I was to pick Central Casting, you're an architect. You look like... But anyway, aside from that, the design is beautiful, but I'm extremely uncomfortable with everything about this because I've turned on.
Microphone.
Excuse me while I do a little floor show here. Okay, so I'm a little uncomfortable. There's several things that I'm bothered by. Number one, the historic nature of the original house. You're definitely saying that it's not historical. But, we're living in a world of sustainability. And I know that's a catchword, but you've got an old house that was probably built with old growth redwood. And you're going to tear that whole thing down and replace it with a huge house in a historically significant area, and I'm just uncomfortable with that. I think we're supposed to have sustainable buildings, and if we're going around and taking old buildings and tearing them completely down, throwing them out and building new ones, we're completely negating that kind of concept. But be that as it may, the house is very large for the neighborhood, and even though you're pointing out the FARs, and it's very in context with what's existing. I think there needs to be some serious look at taking the existing house, as unattractive as it is, and trying to do something with that as opposed to completely tearing it out and building this very large home. And then, truth is, in today's world, the materials to build that kind of house are just not available like they used to be. So I don't, that's kind of where I'm at with this right now. That's my only comments. So,
Denise?
Yes. Well, having listened to my esteemed colleague to the right, I can appreciate that sentiment, but I feel that these property owners have a right to do whatever they want with it, as within the context of this board.
And you need to turn yourself on, too.
So within the context of this board, and of course the city's parameters, that they have the right to tear the house down and build something else, even as unsustainable as that may seem. And I think that this design is a very, very good-looking design. I think it's a beautiful design. I, too, though, was really taken aback by the square footage figure, especially once you figure in the basement. I think it's ginormous. And that, yes, it is the place for square footage. It is the Upper East, and there are many, many homes that are great estates that have that impact, that are grand, and it is the part of town where this would work. I do still think, though, that being said, that it's too big and that it should come down in size. Other than that, I think the design is quite lovely, and I love the landscape plan as well. I had a good look at that. And for a starter, it's preliminary, but I think it could be a real jewel in the crown of the Upper East at some point when we finally all reach agreement as to how big it should be.
Okay. Comments to this side? Jim?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful design. I think that it's a lot of square footage, especially when you're not counting covered porches as additional square footage. But it does take up the ground square footage. I don't understand the basement habitable. How do you get down there? Back here?
There's two stairs.
So you have no floor plan of the
Yeah, it's here.
That's it.
It's here.
The basement.
Oh, that's
the basement.
It's
There's an elevator and
A6,
two
I
stairs.
think. A7. No, A6.
And that's not counted in the square footage, correct?
Not
No.
for FAR purposes.
A2.
Because it's underground. It doesn't contribute to mass bulk and scale.
Well, I think the square footage is excessive, but it is a beautiful design, and I think some things could be done to cut the square footage down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I totally agree. And the other two things that I could add are when the house does, let's hopefully say, get smaller, I think the design fits the neighborhood. I think it's compatible. The materials are beautiful. It might be a house when and if we get to that point where we want some story poles, even though it's flat, but we want to see the heights and we might want to see that that's down the road. And then the other thing is, I'm sure you already know, but the book that we use, that it has the Good Neighbor Guidelines, and there's actual things that are suggested for people to do with their neighbors when they have a design, and show them and have a group that is really helpful for when you come back to us. Then we know that you have the support or you don't have the support, so we can use that as another thing to weigh in with.
Ms. Pierce?
Yeah, I think the design is really beautiful. Seems like there's a lot of thought in the balance of the house, and really like how it recedes and comes forward, and a lot of undulation going on, and the craftsman details to it. I agree. It'd be great to try and reduce the square footage a little bit, and let's have a big family.
Growing.
So I have a question then.
Excuse me, you need to save your questions until we finish with all the comments.
That's it.
You have comments? Further comments?
I just want to follow up on the point of what I'm making, because I totally agree with Denise. You have every right to do what you want to do. But as architects, we're always being hit with the sustainability thing. And we really need to take into consideration, what really is sustainable. But if you could recycle as much as you can, and it is a beautiful design, except one thing that kind of bothers me is the window eave going into that window. If there was some way of mitigating that kind of looks odd.
That's a good point.
But,
I thought I rectified that. That's a good point.
and yeah, see, it doesn't do it on that elevation.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, that's into the rendering.
It was just
Okay. All right, that's all I have to say.
Further comments? Okay. I'm going to go to my comments. I really, just so you understand, I live in this defined neighborhood, but I live way at the upper end, so I'm beyond the legal limits to be able to participate in this conversation. But this is my neighborhood, and I know this straight well. I also know this house. Many, many years ago, I think I attended a barbecue there in the open pit. I'm really perplexed. This is a home as it's now being presented to design in terms of its size, scale, and bulk. Could be very appropriate at Hope Ranch or out in Montecito. And I understand, yes, the Upper East is made up with large estates. Part of the history of the Upper East is those estates, a lot of those original homes were built when they were part of much larger parcels. And then over the years, through various means, those parcels got split up and we ended up with smaller houses. So to say that this house is appropriate to the neighborhood because there happens to be other large houses isn't quite accurate, in my opinion. This is a 9,000 square foot house. I mean, you can tweak the rules and the 6,000 and 3,000, but in essence, it's a 9,000 square foot house. I'm very uncomfortable with the size. This is a case where I think the size, scale, and bulk issue come into conflict. The scale and the bulk probably are appropriate. I mean, this is a very attractive piece of architecture. And I agree with my colleagues. It's probably a very appropriate piece of architecture. But to plant this, we as architects have a responsibility when we conceive a home or a building or anything else, a structure, and it touches the ground, it's there forever. So I think we have some kind of responsibility to really deal with that, and I just don't think we're there yet. I think at 128% of FAR is probably not going to acceptable. It's going to take 5 votes on this board if it stays at that level to approve it. I might be more comfortable if it was closer to 100%, even though that's over our 85% guideline. But as I've said before, I think every project has to be looked at on an individual basis, on a case-by-case basis, and we apply that guideline, 85%, appropriately. But I think at 128% plus a full basement, given this site, given this street, I think is going to be a real challenge. And even if we were to, as a board, to bless this project today, and it was carried forward, it's probably going to be appealed. And I think because the neighborhood doesn't really know about this project yet. So I would look to the owner. I think if you really want this big a house in this Upper East neighborhood, you need to make an overt effort to go out and reach out to all the neighbors in the adjacent blocks and let them know and let them see these drawings. Preferably, if there's sufficient funds to build this kind of house, then there's probably sufficient funds to make a model so that people really understand how big this house is. Because in a way, what I'm proposing is if you want to get to where you want to be, you may have to do some additional work so that when it gets through this process, you don't get hammered in a whole series of appeals all the way to the city council. This is going to be a newspaper article, okay? That's where this is coming from. We don't see these kind of large homes, even in the Upper East. So I think you really have to work at it, and I'm not convinced that 128% FAR is appropriate. And for an individual to come in and, it's the old, we all know about Fess Parker, right? Remember when he came in and wanted to build his big hotel, and he knew from day one he was never going to get the square footage he was asking for, but he came in and asked for the world, knowing he was going to get cut way back. And I don't think that's an appropriate game to play. And I don't assume that's the game you're playing, but I'm just sharing a little bit of history here in Santa Barbara. It's very difficult to build big things here, whether it's a house or a hotel or whatever. We're very sensitive to that as a community. And I don't know how long you've lived here, but I can share with you there's a lot of folks that have lived here a long time and have lived a long time in this neighborhood, and they're probably going to have some pretty strong opinions about this project. So I can live with the architecture. I can live with the scale of the thing. That's all very appropriate. But I think putting a 9,000 square foot house in this neighborhood is going to be a real challenge. So, having said that, this project is here for comments only. It still has to go to HLC for the front wall, and it still needs an environmental assessment. So the chair will entertain a motion for comments only.
Mr. Chair,
I have a question.
Yes.
before we get to a
Yes.
vote, I did want to clarify, this parcel is greater than 15,000 square feet. The FAR is a guideline.
Correct.
And a majority vote of 5 votes is not required on a guideline property.
Okay, and we're not going to get to that vote till much later.
Correct, but I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Yes.
So my question is this, and I'm asking for very specific direction on this. Okay, I've heard almost unanimously that aesthetically this is good and acceptable, and then I hear at the same time, well, it's too big. So if we're going to go about the process of reducing square footage, I would like very specific direction as to what we're trying to accomplish with that. Where are we? What is the goal of the reduction of that square footage other than simply reducing the number of this house? What are we trying to accomplish so that we're not just hacking off pieces of this house inadvertently to reduce a number? Let's do something with it. That's what I want to know. What about this that everybody seems to agree fits can be improved through this exercise of reduction of square footage? That's what I'd like to hear.
Okay, thank you. So let me go to comments, and Brian first.
Yeah, I want to say, I think what Fred said, I think 100% FAR would be more comfortable. But as an architect, I don't know how you feel about it, but when I'm throwing something like that, I like the challenge. And so it's actually the architect's creative ability to see how he can massage the building, working with the client, the owner, as to creating that 100% FAR. But it's a design challenge. But for us to specifically tell you exactly what to do, that's not really our purview. And that's my comment.
Okay. Denise, comment?
Well, I'm going to pass.
Okay. Comments down this side? Okay. I tend to agree. I think my view, and again, motion hasn't been made, so whoever makes the motion, you need to probably address this issue. Closer to 100%. I think the other thing that would help this project is instead of aligning the front of this house in alignment with the other adjacent houses, even though I know that's the legal setback, it might help a great deal if it got pushed back a little bit more. If it got pushed back further in the lot, that was more reminiscent. And I realize the older house is way back there. But I think some effort to get it off the street would be very helpful. And then some effort on either side in terms of a landscape plan to assist in that so-called camouflage thing, just because we're not guaranteed that the owners on either side are ever going to hold all of that foliage. Now, I know in Santa Barbara we have rules and regulations in terms of trees in front yards that have to be approved to be taken down or existing, et cetera. So those adjacent owners would be faced with that criteria if they want to take down large trees, but it doesn't affect their ability to take down hedges, et cetera, et cetera. So I think some attention to how the landscape plan integrates with the architecture. And as I've said many times before, a project is the culmination of both landscaping and the architecture, and that in total makes a project. So how we read this house with landscaping is going to be pretty important, particularly if you're going to continue to try to keep this house fairly large. So that would be my response to your request for being more specific. Okay?
Well, if
Denise,
I may,
go ahead.
When you go back to the site plan and you look at this house on the lot, they're not asking for any mods. They're not asking for any modifications. They're well outside of the setbacks. The house on the lot, when you look at it, is not overwhelming from this point of view. So I'm really on the fence here about this. It is, not the FAR is not something that we need 5 votes for, and it's a suggestion at this point because of the size of this lot. So I think that, yes, we'd all like to see it smaller, but the truth of the matter is I kind of understand his question here. What's he going to do? It's a beautiful design right now, and it's going to be a challenge to keep it beautiful and start pulling it in on all sides and shrinking it when, in fact, they are well within their rights to build it as is.
Denise, I understand about rights, but we're here to see that houses are compatible with neighborhoods.
Well, and I think it is.
That's our challenge.
I believe this house is
one of the
compatible
things
with the
I might
neighborhood.
suggest is that one of the things that might help your discussion about how large this house is, if you provided us with a streetscape showing how this house sits with the other houses, I think that might be pretty helpful. You don't have to do it, but I think that could help describe what's going on here so that we can see visually how this house integrates into that block. That might be a very helpful tool. Okay, Chair would entertain a motion for comments.
Or a motion.
I mean, a motion with comments, I'm sorry. A motion with comments. Only. Anyone willing to make a motion?
I move to continue the project indefinitely, to return to the full board with the following comments. Number 1, a majority of the board appreciates the quality of the architecture and feels that the proposed style fits into the neighborhood. Number 2, the majority of the board is very concerned about meeting the guidelines regarding the size and would either require more evidence by the applicant providing a streetscape or story poles or discussions or all of the above with the neighbors. We would prefer that the size of the home be brought down somehow, and we leave that to the architect. That's my motion.
Okay. Would the maker of the motion be willing to insert a specific FAR percentage?
Well,
to provide a specific guideline to the applicant?
I think maybe we could just leave it open and see how it comes back to us.
Okay. So
but I'm willing to modify if other people want to.
Let's finish the motion. So that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a second to the motion. So now is there comments?
I have one comment. I think we need to clarify if we're going to use story poles or not. We should either say yes or no.
Well, I think it's too soon because I don't think we've approved this close enough to have them block it out for us, you know.
Right, but you use story poles in your motion, so do you want to take that word out?
Could you read the motion?
Majority of board appreciates provide streetscape.
Scaled down in square footage.
Okay, we could, Brian, you want the story poles out for now?
I think so until we get a final
Okay,
design.
So,
Yeah.
So story poles is not part of the motion.
okay.
Okay, that's agreeable to the second.
Yes.
Okay, further discussion? No further discussion? All in favor of,
I'd like
excuse
to
me, I'm
mention-
sorry. Go ahead.
I'd like to have the owner contact the neighbors.
I think that
Yeah,
was
I
part of
thought
the
I
motion.
said that.
That was part of the motion.
Okay.
But another point is, if there's going to be some visuals for us to see how the house fits, if we could see how the house fits to the land on its own lot, that would be helpful. Where's the backyard? Where's the front yard? What are the people walking by? And finally, I'm still on my motion back, is the wall. I think it's important for that original wall not to be moved around, but if possible, keep some of it, or if,
I'm going to have to stop you there
Okay.
because the wall is not in our purview.
not in our purview.
So it can't be
Okay,
part of the
forget
motion.
the wall.
Okay.
So we're in discussion, right?
Well, no, we were in the middle of making a motion. So this is
So,
the way you would normally do this, because the motion has been rocked back and forth. so it's probably not clear in everybody's mind what the motion is. So maybe we should have the maker of the motion restate the motion and get the seconder to agree, and then we'll have another little piece of discussion.
All right, so I'll try it again. I move to continue the project indefinitely to return to the full board with the following comments. Number one is the board in general appreciates the style of the architecture and the quality of the materials. And number two, a majority of, or I won't say that, I'll just say we would like to see the project have a reduction in the square footage. And we would like the applicant to come back to us with further visual explanation with their next proposal.
And I think you had another comment in about the neighbors?
Oh, and we would like the good neighbor guidelines to be applied.
Okay, so that's the motion. Is that agreeable to the second?
I second it.
Okay, so now, discussion.
Well, I was thinking with the visuals, we don't really have view pictures like from neighboring sites towards the property. Do we? I didn't see any. I mean, I see this.
Oh, we had photographs. That's these.
But you were
talking about private properties, views of this property?
I think
right.
It's kind of what Fred, you were saying.
They can't go on the other private properties.
Streetscape.
Wait, was a say what you were saying, because you were saying.
Well, let's go back here. Just, Jamie, we did have these series of photographs. Whoops. They're like that.
Of the front.
Yeah, this is standing on the street looking towards the site here from the corner
I guess I'm just
Laguna, and this is Santa Barbara Street looking that way.
I'm just thinking, from above, it's a pretty tall residence, like from areas above or around.
Okay.
You probably could do a computer rendering of it,
27.
What I had suggested early on in my comments was that I thought it would be very helpful for the applicant to do a elevation of the entire street, showing us how this new house fits within the context of the houses on the sides, each side. Okay? You think that's what you're?
Well, the context in which.
Okay. So
that's.
Does the maker of the motion want to add that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Is that acceptable? A second. Okay.
Friendly amendment.
Okay. There's a more convoluted Robert's rules to do it, but that's sufficient. Okay, everybody clear on the motion now? Any further comments? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
This all stays with you guys.
I think we have a set here.
Extras, but
We've got a set of the.
All right, let us go to.
Never is.
Yeah, I will.
I don't think we need all of this, do we? I guess this is sort of.
25 Via Alicia.
Well, I don't like being cut off in the middle of my comments. That's for damn sure.
This project is here for comments only. Project requires environmental assessment and staff hearing officer review. This is a new item. The proposal is to construct a 131 square foot addition at the lower level, a 215 square feet of additions on the upper level, street grade, a new 126 square foot entry deck, a 260 square foot expansion of the rear deck, and a 390 square foot patio cover on the rear deck on a 16,802 square foot lot located in the Hillside Design District. The project includes minor interior remodeling. Portions of the additions and residence with the attached garage is 70% of the guideline maximum floor to lot area ratio. Staff hearing officer review is requested for zoning modifications. So if you could introduce yourself, please.
Jim Davis, architect. Kiko Wade Davis, architect.
Okay, and if you could describe your project.
Okay, so we're located up on Via Alicia. It's the short street here off of Nicholas, and shaded here. We'll go through these photos since they're in color. This first sheet is from this key plan, just really illustrating the house itself. So we've got various different shots of it. This is the main entry elevation here, the rear elevation, and you can see that it appears to be taller than it is, but this is actually only a 2-story house. It's just because of the slope that it looks a little bit taller. From the street itself, you can see that the house is pretty hard to see a whole lot. We're not proposing any second-story additions either with our proposal. We can come back to these for reference if there are more questions. And then the second sheet of the photographs are of the neighbors, just to give the context of what the neighborhood looks like. And again, we can come back to these for reference if there are questions.
So you can see from the photos that this is a very sloping lot, and most of the lots in this neighborhood are. The layouts of the homes typically are 2-story, with street level being the main living level, accessed from the street and dropping down dramatically as you slope down towards the back of the lot. The layout of the house, as you can see here on the existing site plan, is kind of a narrow footprint here. This is the garage accessed off of Via Alicia. Currently there's a little bridge that goes over to their front entry deck that leads into the house here. And again, the site slopes down dramatically. This is our proposed site plan. This is looking at the street level on this area here. What you can see is we're showing a 25-foot reduced front yard setback if we're allowed to show that because of the slope of the lot. You can see that the existing house and the majority of the garage already sits within that. The additions that we're proposing are here, which is further into the front yard setback, and a new patio extension, which is also within the front yard setback, and a small master suite addition as well within the setback. We're also proposing an extension. You can see this line here shows their existing patio. We're extending a roof over that existing patio and proposing a new extension of a covered patio behind the garage. Downstairs, this is showing the lower level. This is still elevated enough where you don't walk out to the site. It's actually got a deck wrapping around the back as well. This is showing the addition that we're proposing, which is right underneath the addition at the entry that we're proposing at the upper floor. Part of the reason why we're proposing this addition, there's currently a stairway that goes to the lower floor that's right in the center of their main living space. What we're attempting to do is to tuck that back so it increases what's a fairly modest size space for a kitchen, dining, and living room for this house. And we're tucking it back in this area here to work with the site a little bit better and to also keep it out of their living space. This is an existing lower floor plan. I don't know if we need to spend much time on that. Existing main floor plan. So you can see again, here's the garage. This is the entry from the street. This is the current entry that opens right into their living room. This shows where the existing stair is currently. So you can see how small their living room, dining room, and then the kitchen back here is. For the lower floor, again, this is showing the proposed addition of the stair. What we're showing here is a new bathroom that would be utilizing the space underneath the stair as well as utilizing the space under the new entry. This is on the main level here, which is at street level. This is showing the new entry addition, so just a small area here that also serves as an access way to the stairs leading to the lower level. Part of this addition is also a new powder room, laundry room, and connecting the space between the existing house and the garage. There's currently a little breezeway here. This is showing the area of the new covered outdoor dining area, and this shaded area represents the amount of deck that we're proposing to add. front of the house, what we're proposing, the house, since this is a sloping lot, is sitting close to the street, so in order to give them more privacy, as well as to give more privacy and blocking the view from passersby, we're proposing a 6-foot-high plaster wall with a gate, a 6-foot-high gate as well, that would just kind of create a little bit more of an entry approach to the house, and keeping the existing hedges that are screening the house from the street currently. This is a proposal for adding a new porch addition, and we're also adding some sliding doors here. What our clients are requesting is that they have a little bit of an area that's more of a safe outdoor area for children, as opposed to coming out on this outdoor space off the main living space, which is a deck that looms over their site, which is fairly high off the site. We're also proposing this small addition on the master suite just to make it a little bit more roomy. Currently, they have a very small bathroom for their master bedroom, and we're utilizing some of the space from the existing bedroom to put into the new master bath and closet.
We are also going to be enclosing a portion between the garage and the main residence, too, for the laundry area and then the connection to them, into the kitchen. Sure. So here are the elevations, the main elevation on the south, or I'm sorry, that should be south. And so what we're proposing is the new glass railings along the top floor. The lower floor would actually be cable rail. And this configuration is actually the same as what is directly behind them on at least one house, if not two. And so then from the front, what you're doing, this is the entry elevation. We're going to propose to have some Ipe cladding that entry just to try to set that off a little bit, try to create some interest. And then, let's see. So this is actually the street elevation as well. We're going to propose to add some glass, frosted glass on the garage doors. And then this would be the new walls that Akiko was just mentioning as well with the new gate. And then the side elevations, we would be doing cable rail in contradiction to the glass rails, but that's more just because your view is looking out towards the south.
Our proposal for the roofing for the new cover for the deck would be a flat roof just to keep it minimal and low profile and reduce the impact. And we also studied looking at a gable roof addition, and our clients preferred the flat roof look. We're also proposing some arbors along the edges of that flat roof to have some vines to grow and soften that look as well.
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to questions, go to the public, do we have anyone wishing to speak to this item, 25 Via Lucia?
Yes, I do.
You come up, sit up here. Do we have a...
Sorry, you want me to sit here?
You sit there, please. Can you introduce yourself and your address, please?
Okay, my name is Steve Young. I'm the neighbor at 29 Via Lucia, so I am the house immediately to the west of this property.
Sounds here.
So how are we oriented here?
This is your house here.
That's your house. This is the house.
Okay.
Applicant's house.
Because all the houses are on quite a steep slope, there's very little privacy between these two houses. We can see and hear conversations on their balcony. They can see and hear conversations on our balcony.
And you need to speak into the microphone.
Okay. Let's start again.
Yeah, you need to kind of sit down and speak into it. Thank you.
Okay. Because of the fact that there's a big slope here, we are looking pretty much sort of eyeball to eyeball when we're on our respective balconies. And it's been an ongoing issue. And when these plans came up, I went over and spoke to the neighbors, and we worked out that one way of lowering this problem would be to make a solid barrier at the extension behind the garage, the side barrier, the 4-foot barrier, or however tall they normally are, rather than making it open. That would reduce the acoustic noise between the two houses, if people were sitting down, that is.
and would also have a beneficial effect on the visual impact. In fact, the owner of the house here invited me round to show me how, if he did that, it really would give us both quite a lot of extra privacy. And he sold me on that idea, and I bought into it. But it hasn't appeared on this plan. So I guess I'm here to ask that we do have that separation, which is going to be important to, to keep the two houses a little private from each other.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to address this item? Chair will close public comment.
Oh, wait.
Whoops, do we have another applicant? Did you?
I'll keep it brief. I didn't fill one out, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You need to fill one out, but go ahead and sit down.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
You'll
I'll
need-
keep it brief.
If you could introduce yourself and your address,
Dick
please.
Rosendahl, number 41 Chase Drive, right below this house.
Okay, so you're the house immediately below it.
Not immediately on the other side of Chase, but I see it all the time. I call it the yellow house. I have no specific comments. The detail, the architectural details, as far as I'm concerned, are okay. What this house needs, more than any addition or anything else, is someone to live in it. I've been here 15 years, and that house has been empty more than it's been occupied. So,
okay,
I'll conclude with that.
Thank you, sir. If you could go right there and just fill that out for
Will a
us.
human being be in this house?
Yes.
I'll live there.
Okay. Before we go to questions of the board, I see Ms. Rangel there. Do you have comments on this project?
I think the applicant did describe this does require a front setback mod for the additions and the deck extension in the front yard and the front setback. The fences or the wall and the hedge that are currently proposed in the front setback, the existing hedges do not comply with the current ordinance. Hopefully tomorrow council will adopt the revised ordinance. And then this appears to be consistent with the proposed ordinance, so I did want to bring that up.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ng, any information we need to know?
No.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to board for questions. Who would like to begin? Jim?
Yeah, I have a question about the privacy issue. And to put a solid wall there, would that be the first floor and the second floor, or just second floor?
There's currently a bridge that goes across here. So the walls would extend from the floor of the bridge up. We would use the structural. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This wall would be there. There's a small patio down below, so I believe he's referring to just the upper portion of the deck extension. We're not proposing to extend the deck on the lower floor.
So does that inhibit your corner view?
The west.
Coming out? If you put a wall
If
there?
we did put a wall there, it does impact the view if you're seated, looking out towards the sunset, towards the west. So it would impact it a slight bit, and
We would also like to point out.
Excuse me, so the area we're talking about.
Right there, yes.
Right there. This is the lower patio?
the lower deck is only right here. This
It's
is
only-
further back.
Yeah, this is much further back.
Yes.
So it's just this piece is on the lower floor?
Correct.
Correct. Do you want to take a look at that on the floor plan real quick?
No, I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Okay.
Clear, okay, go ahead.
What was I going to get at? I forgot. Let's go ahead and proceed, I guess.
Okay. Other questions, Jim?
I'll come back to you.
Other questions?
Actually, can I add to that again?
You remember, go ahead.
I did remember. I do want to point out to the board that current zoning rules dictate that you keep a second floor or a patio like this 15 feet or more away from a property line. We are more than that right now. You can see right here we have 10 feet, plus it's almost another 7 feet to the deck itself.
Okay.
So I do want to make the board aware of that.
All right, Bernie, questions?
Yeah, I was just on, so this is a new deck. And is the neighbor on the, where's the neighbor?
He's over here.
He's here. So is this a concern for?
That's what his concern is
That's
here.
his concern. And, okay, so we'll talk about that, I guess, a
Okay.
little bit more.
Jamie, questions? No? Denise?
Is there any way that some plant life couldn't be used to help? I mean, it's not going to help with noise, but at least it would help with being able to see into each other's properties, some tall, thin trees or something. Consider that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Without blocking your view, of course. but-
Exactly.
Do we know what's there now?
Along the property line here?
Right in here.
I believe there's a hedge along that.
Do you have any
Let's take a look at
photographs?
photos.
And I think
While they're looking for the photos, go ahead.
I do think that I could be mistaken, but I do think they may have planted a pittosporum or something that would grow taller. I believe they've planted something there, and currently it's small, but in hopes of it growing quickly.
Am I allowed to add something?
No, not at this time.
Sorry. Denise, any further?
No, that's it for now.
Ryan?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
This is the photo. It's actually not eye to eye also. That you can see that this is the level of what the new deck would be. So it's actually probably about 7 feet above.
Okay, so this is the adjacent house.
That's the adjacent house.
That's the windows of the adjacent house.
Correct.
I can't see through here, but are there windows on that elevation?
I am not 100% sure of that.
It's like there's
Okay.
foliage here.
But there is pretty dense foliage down right there.
Is that his deck there?
That's his deck down further.
Oh.
Well, actually, no, that's
Down.
not. I don't think that's. Yes, that is a deck off of his lower floor.
So he doesn't have an upper floor
No,
deck?
he does
No,
not.
it's a lower floor.
It's a lower floor deck.
Okay. Any further questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So clarification on we were told that there was a verbal agreement between, and what happened with that?
From my understanding, there was no verbal agreement. They did invite Mr. Young over, and they were discussing how his view is going to be impacted. They did not agree to have a solid portion of the wall there, and our clients would like to retain the option of having a cable rail along that elevation.
Okay. So in terms of your interpretation from your client, there was no...
There wasn't, correct.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Okay, I'm going to go to my questions. So just so I understand, this is new deck area.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, and then you're putting a flat roof over this whole thing starting right there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And could you go over again, you said you introduced some glass rails. Where exactly are those?
It would be along this upper floor.
Upper floor. So
Here,
these are all glass rails?
Here to there, and it stops there.
So it's all glass railing? there,
Correct.
Okay.
Glass with
And
metal.
then the current, not this roof, but the current house roof, that's not being changed?
No.
Okay, and what is that material again? Remind me.
Asphalt shingles.
Asphalt shingles, okay, because it's rendered as standing seam roof on your elevations, that's why I asked. Let's see. Oh, so on this front, apparently one of the purposes, I think you explained, to having this plastered 6-foot wall is to screen the house from the street. This is a new deck, but that has a steel cable rail on it, based on what I saw, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And there's a hedge that runs to there?
Correct.
So there's a hedge in front of this, and based on supposedly the new hedge height ordinance, that hedge can go up to 8 feet, I recall. So do we have an idea of how high that hedge is now?
We haven't put a tape on it.
We have not put a tape on it. It's been a good elevation.
Probably 6 feet, at least based on my looking at the site yesterday. And as I recall, there is no hedge here, correct?
There is a portion.
There's a little, that's right. It was hard to see the front door when I drove by yesterday.
Yeah, so you can see there's a little hedge
Right.
here,
Okay,
right next to
gotcha.
the
Okay.
garage.
So right now, all of that supposedly will remain in place and be screened. Could you, let's put that up. So basically, if you're on the street, okay, I'm just reminding myself of what I saw yesterday when I went by. The only place you can really look in to see the house is when you pass through and see that opening.
Correct.
So that opening will remain.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, those conclude my questions. Let's go to comments. This is here for comments only. It still requires the staff hearing officer because of the modifications of existing conditions, and it also requires an environmental assessment. So who would like to start with comments?
I'll start, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I appreciate you revitalizing this house and that actual people will be living in it apparently. But I would like to see some clarification between what this gentleman is saying and what your client is saying regarding that privacy wall and that gets worked out. I think those are my only comments.
Okay. Ms. Woolery?
The glass railing, that's we've not always been fond of those, I'm afraid.
Right.
Is it, you planning on doing non-glare, of course?
Absolutely.
Glass?
Yes.
Okay, that's really was my only question. Or
This side
comment.
of the table, Mr.
Yeah, I think they're very small additions and fits with the house. It'd be nice if something could be done on that side, maybe with landscaping to give him a little more privacy.
Sure.
But his deck is, I'd like to see a picture
From here.
of his deck back up to yours. I'd like to see that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so Denise brought up one of our findings, number 16.7, which is about the use of glass material. And I would just suggest with the glass garage door and all this double rows of glass, it just seems maybe there could be some material substitution for some of it, you know, to reduce glare. And I think from down below when you're looking up, you know, you can see these houses, I think. So I don't, you know, I'm not really supportive of all that glass. But I agree with Jim. I think the other things are not very major changes. But I do want to resolve the issue with the neighbor, too.
Okay. Gina?
Yes, I'm in agreement with my colleagues. I think that the additions fit the house, and in light of the last project, and it would be advantageous to try and for the neighbors to figure out how they are going to work together on that side for privacy.
Can I make another comment? It looks to me like his deck at the lower level is quite a ways down there. I would think that if you had a railing, a solid railing that you could see over, that would give him the privacy. But you'd still have your view.
Is that an accurate relationship? Is that that what we're looking at right there? Does that show the relationship of the?
It doesn't show the neighbor's house.
Okay.
That's just
The place you see the neighbor's house is on the site plan. So I believe the photograph that was chosen, Bernie, there's windows here, or maybe it's here, maybe that's the lower deck.
Yes, there's windows here from the second floor.
It doesn't appear there'd be any windows here, and you see this is the deck proposed in relationship to this house. So so that balcony is that piece right there. Okay. My comments. I have a real dilemma with all of these houses up here. And I think I've shared this before because we looked at a house one over or two over from this house. And it's just unfortunate that the original builder of these houses imposed this on our city. Because quite frankly, you can see these from everywhere. And I'm just really opposed to these extensive balconies on all of these houses. I think that was an imposition proposed on our hillside scape that was unnecessary, but unfortunately it happened back in the 1960s when we didn't have any reviews, or 70s, whenever these houses were built. So I'm having a real problem with all this extensive decking. It's almost like I can understand why they want to do a deck here, and I can understand why they want to do a deck there, and I don't really have a problem with anything in the front. But I'd like to see a little, and this is only my own perspective, and I probably will be in the minority on this, is a little deck trading. Some elimination of deck here in favor of some deck there. I'm not in favor of this glass railing stuff. We haven't allowed that. In a lot of other projects that we've looked at, we've continually said, no, you're not allowed glass railings, and so I think we'd be contradicting ourselves if we did, at least for the current sitting board. The board and the other members and the history of the board may have allowed that, but certainly my memory says we haven't allowed this, and I don't think it's appropriate, regardless of whether it's glaze or not, or non-glare or glare or whatever. And I do think that the acoustical issue needs to be resolved with the neighbor. This is a house that if all this deck remains, they've got a ton of places they can watch the sunset from. And if there's one area that they can't watch it from, so be it. And if it's that area right there, maybe if that's what needs to be resolved between the neighbor and this homeowner, maybe that's the issue on the table that some of my colleagues have mentioned. So, and I'm just in general not really in favor of these glass garage doors we keep seeing. Not so much that they're unesthetically appealing. I think they're, for a contemporary modern home, they're perfectly fine. The problem is these garages are right up on the street. When the light's on in the garage at night, it lights the whole street. I think that's an imposition on the neighborhood. If it's a garage door that doesn't face the street, or it's on a large lot and the house is set back, maybe that's okay. But this house has been described, sits right up on the street. I don't think it's necessary to have frosted glass in those garage doors. Style could remain the same, but I think that the panels need to be opaque. So I think that would be my dilemma with this project, is horse trading, so to speak, some of the deck to accommodate what the owners would like to do in terms of a larger deck space to have a patio table, furniture on it, etc. And cable rail for everything, and a resolution with the neighbor in terms of that one side, and the issue on the garage doors. That would be my comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to just say, actually, every single item that was just said, I'm in total agreement with.
Okay.
I didn't think about it, but after it's been said, I think that it would be a much better design if all those aspects were addressed in that form.
Any other comments? No other comments. The chair would entertain a motion. This is a motion with comments only. It needs to travel to the staff hearing officer. Now, just to share with the applicant, oftentimes an applicant would like to go to the staff hearing officer with positive comments, and they may choose to continue to come back to us until they've received all of those positive comments before they go to the staff hearing officer. However, you reserve the right. You can go based on comments now, the staffing hearing officer, or you can come back. So we might want to modify whatever motion is made. We may want to modify that motion depending on how the motion is made and what's the content, and then we may allow the applicant to decide whether or not they want to come back. So just keep that in mind as you make the motion. So let's see what the motion is, Madam Chair.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the project indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. The board would like to see the board would not like to see the glass railings. We would like to have less decks, allowing other decks in other areas. Also, we would like to not see a glass garage door, and also would like to see the alternative to have a solid railing on I think it's the west side, of the neighbors. the second story.
So is your motion, excuse me, is your motion say some resolution with the neighbor? Or some sort of solid wall?
I was asking to see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just want to see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that's the motion. That's it? Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. So before we take a vote, is there any comments from the board? Any other discussion from the board?
I'd like to make a comment.
Yes.
You know, reducing the decks is going to, you're going to get more of a flat look of the house. I think the decks add a lot of shadow. If we look at these photographs, and with the wire railing, the cable railing, you won't get that pattern that shows there. So
it's a comment.
So
go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead. So are you saying you like what's there now? You want
like
to
the
preserve
deck.
that railing?
no,
Oh,
no, we'd go with cable. We'd go with cable.
Okay.
But the decks cause a nice shadow line on the house.
So that's an observation.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you a procedure here. You can vote on the motion as it's now being made. If the motion is defeated, then we would request a second motion. If the maker of the motion wants to amend her motion, she can do that also.
I would like to amend my emotion. my emotion.
Me too. It's getting that time.
Okay.
Let's have dinner. No, I would like to see a study of a change in the deck.
Okay.
Of that.
All right. So that takes away from the motion that said taking away decks.
Right.
Just a study. Okay. Is that agreeable? Who seconded the motion?
I second. I agree.
Is that agreed? Okay.
Yes.
So that's the motion. Yes.
As a point of clarification, this project, all the comments that I've heard thus far do not relate to the modification at all that is requested. Would
So
the,
we need a...
the board consider continuing this to the staff hearing officer?
Two things. One is the modifications, I believe, are only on the front yard. Okay. So I would urge the maker of the motion to indicate that we're in agreement with, positive agreement with the changes to the front yard for purposes of modification. Is that appropriate?
Yes, that's true.
Okay,
We're
so
in
that's
favor of
second. That answers that. Then to the applicant.
Changes.
Do you want to come back here one more time before you go to the staff hearing officer?
No, we'll go forward with the modification with the
Okay.
staff hearing officer.
So they're requesting to proceed modification with the comments as the motion has been made. Okay? Everybody clear?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. Okay. All right. $5:36. Okay, 227 La Marina Drive. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Robert Foley.
Okay, thank you. This is a new item. This is a proposal for a partial demolition, addition and remodel of an existing 2,519 square foot, two-story, single-family residence with an attached 281 square foot one-car garage. Proposal includes demolition of the existing garage and construction of a new attached 400 square foot two-car garage that encroaches into the 20-foot yard setback. It also includes new first and second floor additions, resulting in a net new square footage of 78 feet for the, I assume that's 78 square feet for the residents. The proposal involves new site hardscape for reconfiguration of the driveway. Proposal total of 2,597 square feet located on a 6,000 square foot lot is 97% of the required maximum floor to lot area ratio, FAR. Staff hearing officer review is requested for zoning modifications. If you could share with us your project.
Okay. So the existing house has a very small single garage that comes in the same way, and you pull in this way. The client's desire to have a two-car garage. So that's one aspect of the remodel. The other one is that the kitchen now sits on this side of the house, away from the dining room, living room, and sort of separates their life from their kids and their family while she's cooking. You know, so we're going to move the kitchen over to this side of the house to have sort of this one living area for them. There is a bedroom upstairs with the master upstairs. We're going to add a bathroom for that bedroom because there's none right now, and that person has to go up and downstairs to use the restroom. Other than that, most of the other stuff remains. The living room, the dining room, these bedrooms in the back, all remain the same. There's no change in height. The existing house, because we're using this much area for now what the garage is, the actual house gets smaller. The only reason the number is a little bit bigger, I think it's like 70 square feet larger, is because the garages went from a single to a double. So we are 97%. It was 96% over the guidelines. Or not over the guidelines, I'm sorry. Of the guidelines. It seems like anything. Yeah. So here's the floor plan. So as I said, we're demoing this part of the house to add the garage. We're moving the kitchen to this area. We're having a new entry. Right now the entry comes in from the side, and there's really no, from the street, there's nothing, you don't even know where the front door is. You have to come down the side and come in. So we're going to have a little porch, a little covered porch, an actual entry, a new powder room. This bathroom and all these stay the same. All this stays the same. We're getting a new laundry area over it as well. And we're adding a new office/den off the kitchen in the front. Upstairs, we have we're adding that bathroom and making her closet slightly bigger. And there's a roof that comes in that mostly completely covers most of that, as you see on the exterior elevations. So it's rough, but it's I don't want to get too far into this before. Okay, so we have the new garage doors. Right now, the house looks like a. Do you have pictures of it?
Yeah.
You know the pictures?
So we have.
Okay, so here's the house now. So you can see this is the garage here, and then this is the parking that comes in and swings into the garage. This is the kitchen is there. So right now, so you're going to be driving in the same way, and the garage will face here, which is this portion here, and then we'll have the entry, and then this is that little den that comes off the kitchen. So we're adding some gables. Right now, the front has really no architecture to it at all. There's a shed roof that comes off the garage with no windows, and then this is the snow. Like, okay, I've arrived. Where do I go? It's very. The first time I went to the house, I couldn't find the front door. Here you go. So the second floor additions, you can see, from the backyard, there's no windows. It's just this, and then from the front, there's a window for the bathroom, and really, and then from the side, it will have the gable, but it's not as high as the existing roof. It's short of that. This is from the other side of that little den that comes out. There's no windows on that side. There's only windows on the front and on the part that faces the porch. This is an existing. This entire back elevation stays pretty much the same. That exists. All these windows and doors exist the way they are. One more element, that the whole house is stucco right now, and we're proposing to add a vertical siding at the first level and along the front, and then maintain the stucco on the second floor. We're going to replace the roof Right now, there's one of those concrete shake shingle things on there. So we're going to take that off, try to find a nice something that looks like a shake that's not made out of wood. Repaint the stucco. We're going to add some casings around the doors and windows, and put a vertical siding to give it some softness instead of the hard stucco. Make it feel a little bit more beachy because it is quite close to the beach. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to questions, any member of the public wishing to address 227 La Marina Drive? Seeing no one come forward, Chair will close public hearing. Before we go to questions, do we have staff input?
The project before you is requesting a front setback modification. The existing one-car garage is located 15 feet from the front property line. The proposed garage is located 18 feet 6 inches, so it will encroach into the front setback by about 18 inches. But they need that in order to get a conforming depth to the garage. So staff is supportive of the request, and transportation has reviewed that configuration.
Okay, so it's basically just the modification for this piece right here.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Right. Thank you. Questions to the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
What type of siding is it? What is this going to be? Wooden?
It's going to be a wood.
Wood and light in color, or
it will be.
Any ideas
as far as we know right now, as far as we've gotten, the talks have been sort of a driftwood color.
Driftwood color. Okay.
And then white trim and white doors and windows. And then the second floor would be a light bone color as far as painting the plaster.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Other questions?
I have no questions.
Brian?
No.
Jim?
No.
Yeah, I have a question. Could you show me again the second floor addition?
Do you want to see it in plan or elevation?
In plan.
So
that's the only...
This is it right here, yeah.
What happens here?
Well, as it is now, the stairs come up this way, and you take a right into this room. So this is just part of this room right now. So we're adding this wall this the new stair configuration to come down and come in this way. And then you come up the stairs to a landing. You can either go to this room or you can go to this room.
So,
Jamie?
Mr. Chair, I didn't catch. So you were saying the outside is driftwood?
Well, it won't. It'll be a driftwood,
Like a driftwood
color
look?
stain. Actually, it really hasn't been decided on yet. I mean, we're still in such a conceptual level of the project. They like the idea of the vertical siding with the white trim in a light colored grayish stain for the wood. But as the project evolves,
It might change.
it might change the siding. It might change. I mean, it's
Okay.
I'm
I
not.
was just curious because I was kind of surprised, and maybe this is done, but just that the stucco would be on the second floor. It would seem like you kind of do it throughout. But
And in my experience, when you have these two levels with different things, I've always done the wood on the first floor.
Okay.
It just seems to give it a just as you would do like a stone on the lower level, the wood would gives it a sort of a more of a base. The lighter stucco seems lighter, so
Okay.
it feels upside down after you put the heavy material on top.
Right, I can
It's
see
just
that. I
my
can see
opinion.
that. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Ernie, questions?
No questions.
Any further questions? I just have a few. I'm trying to make sure I understand. I was out there yesterday, and right now there is a canvas awning up here over a deck. So
that comes off.
That comes off. So you're saying you're relocating this window. So was there a door?
There's an existing door here and an existing balcony that comes out that goes that sits over the garage.
So that's going away.
That's going away.
So you're going to put a new window here, take that door out. That gets to be a new window. So on the elevations,
right.
what
And
we're looking at, those are new windows.
this window currently sits right there. So we're going to reuse that window here.
Okay,
And that's a
but
new window.
But it's a new window on that elevation.
It's a new window on elevation. The canopy's gone, and then where this deck was, I mean, this comes out, so we couldn't leave the deck.
And then the other new window is this window?
That's a window that's on the midway up the staircase on the landing.
But that's a new window.
That's a new window.
Okay. And then
Correct.
the other windows are all all existing except for what you're doing on these elevations, correct? These are new.
This is a new door and window going into the laundry room from the side yard too, but that's it.
And these are new windows.
Those are new, that's new, it's a new kitchen window. We're reusing the existing front door.
But it's moved from here over to here.
Yeah.
Okay. Windows. Okay, and then I think I understand what's going on with the garage. Okay, that's my questions. Comments to the board. This is comments only because it has to go to the staff hearing officer for the modification.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well, I think that the mod is fine. I don't have any problem with that modification for the garage front. That's pretty minor, all in all. And it seems that the floor plan works pretty well. It looks like pretty minor additions. There's not much. The only thing, I guess, I kind of agree with Jamie about the wood on the bottom and not the top. I find that to be somewhat inverted myself, but that's my only other thought about that.
Okay. Brian?
I think it's fine. I think based on what you've got, worked with it really well, and you might look at the possibility of reversing the. Other than that, I think it's fine.
Okay. Mr. Zimmer?
I think it's fine.
Bernie?
I disagree. I really can't make the findings for neighborhood compatibility on this size, even though I really think it's a nice design and the materials are good. I just think the precedent that it's setting, its projects are more likely to pose neighborhood compatibility issues over 85% and are generally discouraged. And this is only a 6,000 square foot lot. It's a very small lot, like a lot of the Marine Terrace lots are, and they're all gonna, it's up to this board. If you approve this, then you're saying, okay, it's okay to have this size house on that size lot. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Jamie?
And I just want to clarify, no more, I was baffled because I was thinking, well, you have wood, you just do wood on the upper part. It's
The
all
whole
wood.
thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
But,
That may end up being the case.
yeah.
Okay. Comments? Further comments? I'm going to go off on Bernie's comment about the size. This was, I had a real concern when I went out yesterday to look at this house and look up and down the lot because I saw the 97% number.
Yeah.
Okay. But then you demonstrated that it was at 96%.
It was.
Right.
Yes.
So this house somehow got approved or blessed or whatever, whenever it happened, and was built kind of filling that whole lot in. And this is kind of part of one of the challenges we have with this whole neighborhood out there is we have these little bitty lots where people are just stuffing them full. Now, having said that, walking up and down this street, there are probably half a dozen houses that were done the same way. So, I mean, the house next door is stuffed on that lot. And there's two houses a little further up the street that are stuffed on the lot. There's another house that's stuffed on the lot down here. There's a house directly across the street that I think this board looked at that's stuffed on the lot. It's
under construction right
It's under
now.
construction. There's another one. So to Bernie's point, had this been the only house in a neighborhood where they were all still single-family little houses, I could kind of agree with her. But the fact is we're now dealing with a neighborhood that's tilted, has changed, at least on this street. I'm not going to talk about the other streets, but at least on this street in terms of the block that it's on, and this is one of those long, La Marina is a long street in this section. I could kind of live with it. It kind of goes against the grain of the whole floor area ratio and the small lots and the whole thing. But the fact is we've got a whole street that's radically been changed, and I don't think it's because we as a board, in fact, I think a lot of these were done before this board existed, and it's the nature of what's happened to that street. So, is it correct to make these people living in a 96% FAR deny them a 97% FAR because they need to get a garage big enough to park the cars? My initial, when I saw this canopy and all this stuff going on in the front, my initial thought to myself yesterday when I looked at this is, no, this ain't going to happen. This is, but now that I see it, now that it's been explained, now that I understand what's going on, it's not great. It's not something I think we should be doing all over the place, but in this circumstance, given this street, given this house and its history, I think we kind of have to go along with it. And I think that, the 18 inches in terms of modification is, it's not a big deal. With regards to wood on the bottom and stucco on the top, I kind of would have done the wood on the bottom and the stucco on the top. That's just me. That's how Mr. Zimmerman has done a lot of these kind of things with different materials on houses. I think your concept was presented is probably okay. Obviously, I think we're going to want to see the details of what the wood siding is going to look like, what the colors are going to look like, the details of the windows, et cetera, but I think those will all come when we get it back for design approval. So that's my comments. So the chair would entertain a motion for comments only.
Can I make one comment?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to make sure it's perfectly clear that there's no intention here to get a bigger house. In fact, the house is getting smaller. I mean, the only reason we're going up is because the garage is bigger. Right. So we're not proposing a house that's larger or adding to a house that makes it bigger. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear about that.
Okay. Thank you.
May I respond?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, just thank you. I appreciate that. I do understand, and I understand the uniqueness of a particular property, but I also feel that it's important to just look toward the future and how this is all going to play out with the other houses that are going to use the ones we approve.
Okay. So the chair would entertain a motion. Comments only.
I make a motion.
Okay.
To continue the project to the modification officer that we approve of the 2-foot setback or 18-inch setback in the front. The additions to the, should we comment on the additions now? Or?
You can, however you want to form your motion.
I think the additions are very minor. There's no second floor decks, no neighborhood situation, so I think the design works in very well.
So the architectural style is acceptable?
Is acceptable, okay. Yeah.
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, do I have a second to that motion? Okay, we have a second to the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, chair calls to the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposition? Abstentions? So carried. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, where are we on our... We're not close to dinner yet, guys. 1901 in the Cielito Lane.
Come on, move it.
Cookies.
Yeah.
This is a new item. If you could introduce yourself, please.
I'm Rod Britton, architect for the owners.
Okay. This is a proposal to construct a 354 square foot first floor addition and a 942 square foot lower addition to an existing 1,878 two-story single-family residence with a 332 square foot attached carport. The proposal also includes additions, an expanded deck, a conversion of 220 square feet of existing 858 square foot detached art studio to a two-car garage. The proposal includes construction of a new gabled and asphalt shingle roof on the dwelling and the art studio, interior remodels of both buildings and exterior site work. Proposed total of 4,202 square feet located on a 1-acre lot on the Hillside Design District is 85% of the guideline floor-to-lot area ratio. If you could share your project, please.
All right, my clients have owned this house for 8 years. They've lived in Chicago their entire lives. They're going to retire here next summer, and they want a house to suit their style. It's a mid-century modern right now, designed by an architect for himself. It's rather idiosyncratic. There's no connection between the two floors. Rather circuitous entryways, and they want to have a nice, comfortable house that they can retire in. All their living space will be up in the main floor mainly, and then additional bedrooms and utilities downstairs. And there's a separate guest house or art studio that we're going to do some minor remodeling on and convert this existing carport under here and tuck it underneath the existing art studio. And that's about it. We're trying to be as least invasive as possible. We're trying to tuck most of the spaces, the new spaces underneath. The house is in pretty bad shape right now. We've got a lot of wood rot, and there's no insulation in the house. No heater in the house.
Wow.
So it needs some work.
Awesome.
Burr.
If you could share the site plan, please.
Sure. There's the neighborhood plan. Can't really, from this corner of the deck, you can see this house. That's about all you can see from their house. The proposed ridge for the living room is 5 feet below the road, and the proposed ridge for the art studio is 6 feet below the road. So the view from the street will remain unchanged. You still won't see it.
So just to be clear, that building is this
Yes,
building?
yeah. That's the art studio, and that's the main house, right? Okay. And these are the neighbors. And there is a house on this lot across the street, but it's off the site plan. So we're going to, on the main, the lower floor of the art studio, we're going to have, it's technically called a wood shop. We're going to convert that into a garage. So it needs to become, 20 feet inside. And then we're going to add a little storage to the other side where there's a cantilever. We'll just drop the wall down. On the main house, on the main floor, we're going to add this sort of a master bedroom and a library addition. And that's about all for that floor. And then underneath the main floor, we're going to add this area, convert 3 bedrooms and a laundry room and a bathroom. And then there'll be a new entry space. It's not really a tower. It's not really statuesque or anything like that.
Do you have elevations?
We do. So this is the existing house. To get into the house, you have to run up all these stairs and come back over here and come out, get the view. So we want to create a little tower over there. Art studio has this storage room downstairs, and we're just going to come out to here and create two parking spaces. The existing thing, this is just about all rotted out, all the wood. It's all kindling right now. They have all this wood screening under here, and we're about 60 oak trees. We're skirting danger.
Yes, you are.
So this is the main floor existing. So this is that living room. There's currently a 4-foot deck that's just about rotted off, so we want to replace it with an 8-foot deck that we can actually use, maybe put 2 chairs out there. The living and dining will stay the same. We're going to rework the kitchen, and the master bedroom gets 8 foot bigger over here, so to create a master suite and then a private reading area for the library. And this is the entry tower over here. So you'll come in down below, wind your way up, and then walk into they do have about a 240-degree view from there, from Ventura to...
Before you turn the page, so is this existing?
This is an existing deck, though we're going to have to pull it all off.
I understand.
There's an existing 3-foot sidewalk here beside the pool, and we're going to create a 16-foot patio, just a level place so you can enjoy the pool. The downstairs is currently this area, so we're just going to incorporate the area out to the front of the living room above and just create 3 bedrooms, laundry bath, and then this will be the entry tower winding up around the elevator. This is the guest house, or the art studio, I should say. Guest house. So 2 doors below, cable rail on top, covered porch. You can see it over the side over here. They got pretty good views. They're a little bit blocked by the main house. The main house is this one. So this is the new entry tower, and that'll be coarse sandstone. They have a bunch of sandstone walls around the house, and we'll have new sandstone paving. We just want to make the entry a little finer, a little more uptown, so it'll be coarse sandstone. And then this is the existing living room wing. The floor is here. This is all open for a carport now. We're going to come back and put a planter up front and some girlies up here and soften it. There's a little gallery here before you get to the library. This is the library quiet zone for them. The other side, we've got the existing 4-foot porch that we're going to pooch out to 8 foot. Put a covered porch over top of it, and then of course the new roof will have some solar so we can house electricity bills. This is the view from the existing pool area. Bedroom downstairs is pretty much the same. We'll replace the windows. Have to replace this deck and the new handrail and stuff like that. Composition shingle roof will probably go slate, gray, greeny kind of thing. Try and pull the green out of the oak trees around the site. And that's about it. So we're going to put some heat in the attic space, so that'll be a novel concept for them, and some insulation. So that'll be.
Okay, thank you. Okay, before we go to questions to the board and comments from staff, Chair will open it for public comment. I have one speaker slip. Bridget Murphy?
Yes.
If you'd come up, sit right there, please, and speak into that microphone. Your name and address, please.
My name is Bridget, Bridget Murphy, 1901 Gibraltar Road. I'm the neighbor immediately to the south.
Where is that on the site plan?
Here. Okay.
So, right, exactly. So I'm really here just to ask that the board consider including in this plan, I've seen no landscape plans at all for you. Maybe you're not at that point. I'm not sure how the process goes. But that there be appropriate screening between this house that you're working on and my house, particularly with the increased decks and the patios around the pool. And now we're going from where there was just one studio space on the lower level to now 3 bedrooms, all with sliders out towards my house. And so that affects the privacy of my north side of the house. So I would love it if there's just whatever you all see as appropriate screening. And I'd love to have some of that in place for the construction. I work from home, and so it's certainly going to be a matter of noise and convenience as you proceed with the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go to the board for questions. And this is a project that we can take action by giving a project design approval. We could give it theoretically final approval, but that requires details, etc. So best we could probably do today, if that's the board's desire, is give a project design approval, or have the applicant come back with comments for further studies. So that's our action. Go to questions.
I have a quick.
Yes.
You show new paving around the pool.
Yeah, we're gonna put a new deck on
Okay.
step over there.
No.
So what I'm wondering is,
Actually, this is a good place to start.
you have existing paving around the pool, which looks pretty minimal. Are you going outside of the existing?
Yeah. What photo you're looking at? You just show me there. Yeah. See, on the left side of that, there's a 3-foot sidewalk.
Yep.
That's the part that's going to be 16 feet.
16 feet.
Yeah.
Where is that on this drawing?
That's this here portion. So it's right now on here. We're just going to pooch it out to.
Is this piece here?
That's all existing. Okay. Spa's existing, pool's existing.
Have you talked with staff about the, because you're in the Hillside District, about stormwater?
We haven't got that far yet.
Okay.
That'll be building, right?
Well, they'll probably connect you before that, I would think. But
we're going to use drain chains and a water retention system.
If you do stormwater, we have to look at it.
Oh, okay.
So it's non-permeable paving, though, that you're putting in, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Bernie, question.
Okay, thank you. My only question, well, too, is so permeable, non-permeable, that's something we often suggest, and I think there's even some regulations about that you'll probably find out about. And the second one is, so is there an existing wall or fence between where the woman who spoke, between
There is.
hers and yours?
We don't have a fence right now, right?
There is no fence?
It kind of peters out. The fence kind of dies into the edge of the house to give them their pool closure. But I believe the owners want to run a fence all the way through on the property line, or, you know. thereabout.
One of the things that we help you is we'll make suggestions and, you know, tell you, look at our guidelines and how to talk to the neighbors so that when you come back again, you'll have done that.
I actually had a meeting with the neighbors last week,
Okay.
and we walked the site, or 3 or 4 of us.
Okay. Jim, questions?
No question.
Brian, questions? Denise,
Any questions?
I just wanted to get a little clear on the windows.
Okay.
So, whoops, not that one. So, do we have all new windows, or do we?
All
have-
new windows, yeah.
So everything, all the windows that we're looking at are
All new.
new?
Yeah.
Okay. And the slope of, I mean, the pitch of this roof is what?
4 and 12. 6 and 12.
6 and 12,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's optimum for the solar at that south face.
Okay. Let's see, window. And then you said the owner wants to put in a new fence?
Yeah, they want to. Over time, they want to develop the whole lot, right?
Okay. And do you have a clue what kind of fence they're going to?
It'll probably be a wood fence. There's portions of wood fence out there now.
Oh, okay.
There's portions of chain link.
Okay.
All the chain link's going to go away, and
Okay.
they will put a new wood fence up, particularly along your property line.
Okay.
And then there's a little, you know, how you're kind of screened from that one unit downstairs with the oak trees. They're going to fill in that void to the west.
With landscape.
Yes.
Okay. We want to try to
Sorry.
keep the conversations in the microphones because this is all gets recorded. Sorry. I think that was my question. So let's go to comments from the board. Comments? Who'd like to make comments?
Well, I'll start.
Yes.
I think it's a great improvement from what's there. It certainly, you know, from what you've told us, it needs a major overhaul.
50 years
and,
old,
Yeah, and it looks like you're doing it. I think you're holding true to the original architecture as best you can, given what you have to work with. Really appreciate the solar panels on top as well. We used to require an area for those when I first started on the board, and I noticed that we don't necessarily say that anymore.
What's that?
We used to require people to maintain an area for solar panels when I very first started. It was a long time ago, and then it sort of dropped out. So I'm really happy to see that anyway. I think you've done a good job.
And this is a rough guesstimate until whoever, Rec or somebody tells us how many actual panels were.
Anyway, I find the project supportable, and
Great, thank you.
Okay.
My only comment is the steel beams, which definitely won't burn.
You're right.
How you're going to treat those?
We'll paint them out.
So they'll kind of look like wood, like
Right.
board.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it's a long span, and we won't be able to wood to hold it. And of course, we don't want to try to minimize wood. So.
Okay. Any further? Anybody else comments? I went out there yesterday and made a real effort to see this house, and you can't. And as I generally do, I went across the canyon and looked back, and I still couldn't see it. And so, quite frankly, the only person I think can see it is the neighbor that's immediately south. So one of the things that when you come back might be helpful for us, just so we kind of know what's going on, is what the neighbor's windows, you don't have to go out and measure, but maybe just a photograph so we can kind of see what the neighbor sees, because that's the only person that's going to have an impact by this house. If I was doing this and it was a little more high-profile house, I probably would encourage you to reduce the pitch to 4 and 12, but since not a lot of folks can see it, it probably doesn't make any difference. I think other than that, it's probably an okay project. So, those are my comments. The chair would entertain a motion. I'm assuming we're going to be looking for a motion for project design approval, which means we kind of like the concept. You might, if there's any comments needed to add, and then you need to make in the motion a determination whether it comes back for the full board for final review or on to consent for final review. So that's probably the content of a motion. and you have to make the neighborhood compatibility findings, et cetera. So, Chair would entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to continue the project indefinitely, your choice, to return to the consent calendar. And
Let's get details.
we can't do that?
My only comment is, since there's an issue of privacy with the neighbor, I think that the full board should review
I'd
it.
like to see landscape, excuse me.
Okay, I'll scratch that. So I'll amend my motion to continue the project indefinitely to return to the full board for further further review of the landscaping plan and the remedy of the neighbor privacy issue and details of the design.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Yeah, well, I think they know.
You
We
want
can
a
say
color
that.
board?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Second,
all
okay.
the regular.
Ms. Bernstein, we don't have, you didn't mention, are we granting a project design approval with the NPO findings?
Project design but with the conditions.
So is that your motion? Is it a project design approval with comments, or are you just saying come back and address those comments?
I guess we're saying project design approval, but to return to the full board with the land, like I just said.
Okay, so you do, if you're given a project design approval, then you need to make the findings for neighborhood
Okay.
compatibility, materials, et cetera.
Okay, so I think in general, a majority of the board finds that because it's basically being revamped, that the quality of architecture and materials does meet our guidelines. The size, bulk, and scale are already basically there. They're just being enhanced. It is consistent with the appearance of the neighborhood, and it does not yet meet good neighbor guidelines, but it will.
Okay, so
That's a condition.
That's the motion. Is the seconder acceptable?
second.
Okay, so that's acceptable to the seconder. Any further comments, discussion? Hearing none, the chair calls for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. We're about 12 minutes behind. We'll recess for a dinner break and be back.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. Now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow, candlelight on the mistletoe. Now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's so far on fire now. I never made love by lantern shine, never saw rainbows in my wine. Now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's a fall of fire burning down. I never made love by lantern shine, never saw rainbows in my wine. Now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Beginning to see the light. Beginning to see the light. Beginning to see the light.
should care. I should go around weeping. I should care. I should go without sleeping. Strangely enough, I sleep well, except for a dream or two. But then I count my sheep well. Funny how sheep can lull you to sleep. So I should care. I should let it upset me. I should care. But it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you, but I should care, and I do. I should care, but it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you, but I should care, and I do, and I do.
Under a blanket of blue, just you and I beneath the stars, wrapped in the arms of sweet romance. The night is ours. Under a blanket of blue, let me be thrilled by all your charms. Darling, I know my heart will dance within your arms. A summer night's magic enthralling me so. The night would be tragic if you were not here to share it, my dear. Covered with a heaven above, dream a dream of love for two, wrapped in the arms of sweet romance, under a blanket of blue. A summer night's magic enthralling me so. The night would be tragic if you were not here to share it, my dear. Covered with a heaven above, let's dream a dream of love for two, wrapped in the arms of sweet romance, under a blanket of blue. is not a dream that ended with a dawn. It's one that fate intended to go on and on. This isn't sometimes, this is always. This isn't maybe, this is always. This is love, the real beginning of forever. This isn't just midsummer madness, a passing glow, a moment's gladness. Yes. This is love. I knew it on the night we met. You tied a string around my heart. So how can I forget you? With every kiss I know that this is always. This is always. This is always. This is always. This is You tied a string around my heart. So how can I forget you? With every kiss I know that this is always.
Day by day, I'm falling more in love with you. And day by day, my love seems to grow. There isn't any end to my devotion. It's deeper, dear, by far than any ocean. I find that day by day, you're making all my dreams come true. And come what may, I want you to know I'm yours alone, and I'm in love to stay as we go through the years, as we go through the years. by day, day by day, day by day, day by day.
Here we are, out of cigarettes, holding hands and yawning. Look how late it gets.
Two sleepy people by dawn's early light, and too much in love to say goodnight. Here we are in the cozy chair,
Hicking on a wishbone from the Frigidaire. Two sleepy people with nothing to say,
and too much in love to break away.
Do you remember the nights we used to linger in the hall?
Father didn't like you at all. Remember the reason why we married in the fall?
To rent this little nest and get a bit of rest.
Well, here we are, just about the same. Foggy little fella,
Drowsy little dame. Two sleepy people by dawn's early light, and too much in love to say goodnight.
here we are. Gee, don't we look a mess?
Lipstick on my collar,
And wrinkles in my dress. Two sleepy people by dawn's early light, and too much in love to say goodnight.
here we are, crazy in the head. Gee, your eyes are gorgeous, even when they're red. Two sleepy people who know very well
They're too much in love to break the spell.
Do you remember the nights we used to cuddle in the car, watching every last fading star?
Remember, the doctor said your health was under par.
And you, my little snooks, were ruining your looks.
Well, here we are, keeping up the pace.
Letting each tomorrow slap us in the face.
Two sleepy people
by dawn's early light, and too much in love to say
I get along without you. I get along without you very well. when soft rains fall and drip from leaves, then I recall the thrill of being sheltered in your arms. Of course I do, but I get along without you very well. I've forgotten you just like I should. Of course I have, except to hear your name or someone's laugh that is the same. But I've forgotten you just like I should. What a guy. What a fool am I to think my breaking heart could kid the moon. What's in store? Should I fall once more? No, it's best that I stick to my tune. I get along without you very well. Of course I do, except perhaps in spring. But I should never think of spring, for that would surely break my heart in two. I get along without you very well. I get along without you. I get along without you very
You're mine, you. You belong to me, you. I will never free you. You're here with me to stay. You're mine, you. You are mine completely. Love me strong or sweetly. I need you night and day. Arm in arm, hand in hand, we will be found together, heart to heart, lips to lips. We're chained and bound together. I own you. I don't need to buy love. You're a slave to my love. In every way, you're mine. Arm in arm, hand in hand, we will be found together, heart to heart, lips to lips. We're chained and bound together. I own you. I don't need to buy love. You're a slave to my love. In every way.
April 7th meeting of the Single Family Design Review Board. Item number 8, 1427 Shoreline Drive. This is a new item. If you can introduce yourself, please.
Certainly. Chair Sweeney and members of the board, I'm Barry Winnick with Winnick Architects.
Gustavo Zinkiewicz with Barry Winnick Architects.
Thank you. This is a proposal for a 1,600... I thought I was on. Oh, no, I guess I can. Am I on now? There's mute off. I'm sure they'll tell us. This is a proposal for a 1,617 square foot first and second floor addition to an existing 1,354 square foot two-story single-family residence with an attached 385 square foot garage. The proposal includes a conversion of the existing two-car garage into a living area, construction of a new two-car carport, storage rooms, second-story decks, interior remodel work, and additional site work. The proposal will address violations identified in Zoning Information Report ZIR 2011-00013 and enforcement case 2010-00744. The proposed total of 2,971 square feet on a 12 square foot lot is 75% of the required maximum floor to lot area ratio. The project requires Planning Commission review for a coastal development commit. This project is here for comments only. Requires the coastal development permit process. If you could share with us your project, please.
Happily. So, and just so you know, we're here for your comments. Once we have your comments, we'll then proceed with our process and submit a DART application. But we wanted to get comments first. The project, I'd like to call it a vernacular modern building. So as we flip through, you'll see that there's an aspect of it where we're picking up a neighborhood vernacular, but also creating a modern structure that's at the top of the bluff. So that it's a piece of architecture. One of the things the client really asked us to do, and by the way, the clients are here in the front row, Jim and Glennis.
Welcome.
Malcolm. And they really challenged us. They said, we want something that fits into the neighborhood, but also is something that's architecture that we'll all be proud of. So anyway, that's just to set the stage a little. What you're seeing on the front page is a rendering of the proposed project, and I'll go flip into it. So context, photographs. This first page, we're on T002. Shows the existing house. We also show you, there's this site aerial that shows the house in the context of the neighborhood. It is on the bluff. It's a very unusual site. We're on a flagpole lot. So if you come here, here's Shoreline Drive, and there's a very, very long driveway that extends all the way through to the property, and then we're along the bluff at the back side, basically, of the property. These are very long, skinny properties, and some of the other neighbors, in fact, have properties that run the whole length. But in this case, we are just at the back side. So as a result, you'll see that we're almost invisible from the street. This photo, for instance, is showing looking down the existing driveway back a little while with a telephoto lens. I actually have other photos, if you don't mind, I'm going to put them out, that show it probably in a little better sense of context. These were just taken this weekend, in fact. So this photo here is telephoto lens. That's a photo without telephoto, and the house is way, way back there. So it's not prominent from the street. This is a view from the bluff showing that you cannot see anything up above. And then this is a view of one of the neighbors looking from, I don't have the aerial out there, but if you go down to where the entrance is to 1,000 Steps, which you're probably familiar with that, this is looking from the west back towards the property, and that's the neighbor, and then the house is set behind it, also rather obscured. I tried to find all the locations where one could see the property, and you basically, it's very hard to see it. So anyway, proceed through the rest of these photos. more of the context of the neighborhood. You're seeing across the street. And the neighborhood has a mix of two-story and one-story houses. One of our closest neighbors is just a house down. I'm upside down, so I always have a hard time finding it. It would be over here. I guess it's not shown in this photo. Thank you. Yes, exactly. This would be there. Thank you. So this is the closest house to us that's 2 stories. Basically the same height that we're talking. Incidentally, I'm hoping that you received the 2 letters of support from our neighbors. One of the letters of support is from this house. It's 1427 Shoreline Drive, I believe. Oh, that's us. I'm sorry. 1423 Shoreline. Sam and Amy Cheslock. Spoke in favor, wrote in favor of it, as well as the other neighbor on the other side that shares this driveway, Laura and Emma. And so they both are very in favor of the project. This just giving you the site plan. One of the things that, partially why it's going to in front of the coastal, for DART planning is because we're in the coastal zone. So you'll see that there's a 75-year retreat line and the 50-foot setback line. This is the existing site plan of the house. Just so you know that those are areas that we'll be looking at with the city as the project moves forward. We're fortunately behind 75-year retreat line, so we should be good. And we've had Adam Simmons involved looking at this. The other thing, just to give a little background, there were those notions of that there was some, when the house changed hands, ZIR was accomplished, and in that they found zoning enforcement issues. Those enforcement issues primarily were about encroachments on this property line. There was a deck and a stair built without a permit that was too close to the property line, and that will be remedied in this project. There were other issues of categorizing. I think a bathroom downstairs was expanded from being a powder room to a bathroom, again, not done with a permit. So that's sort of the nature of the enforcement cases, and the city has been very accommodating. Rather than having us remedy the violations earlier, they had us do it now as part of when we file for our coastal permit. And the reason for that is to remedy those violations would have required a coastal permit. So they realized that it made more sense for us to present a project in order to do everything all at once. It's just some of the technical background. Just gives you a little aerial so you can really get a better sense of the neighborhood. That's that house that you saw from the other side that was a 8-sided figure house. This is the house that we're renovating. That's Laura and Emma's house. This is Sam and Amy Cheslock's house, which is next door. So you'll see that one of our biggest neighbors, in fact, is this residence. What's not showing here is they have a pool right about here on their property in terms of development. Again, it was an old Google. Google hasn't updated yet. We're on A00 or A011. These are the existing plans. They, in fact, delineate that stair where the violation was. This house is an upside-down house, which we're going to continue with our design, i.e. the main living residence is upstairs, and the sort of ancillary functions are all downstairs. So currently it has parking downstairs and a study and an adjacent room. It has an internal, actually from a submarine stair, spiral stair that leads to the upper level. And then the upper level had the living, study, kitchen, and master bedroom all on one floor and access to the decks. So we're keeping the basic arrangement in terms of how the house is, strategy of how you live there. And this next page is just the roof plan. And then these are the existing elevations. Again, they're mainly here just to delineate some of the things that needed to be brought into compliance. And then we have a site plan, but we have one that's a little more illustrative that I kind of would like to use, if you guys indulge me. Here it is. I should have submitted this a little time, just because it makes it a little easier to see it. Bill Mellett is being retained as our landscape architect, so our next time we present, we'll also present landscaping. But this kind of gives the context of we're keeping the shrubs that are there, we're keeping all the trees and the palm trees, and those palm trees, in fact, are the ones that you saw in that photograph looking down. The proposed house, same arrangement. This is renovation, so it's on top of the same footprint. The area that's highlighted is, in fact, what would represent the addition. We're also taking the existing garage space that's underneath the house on the first level and turning it into living space. The garage function is being placed under this deck area, which is carport. with a storage building next to it. And then we expanded the building a bit here for the master bedroom and deck levels. And this is all a roof plan that you're looking at. And that deck's an existing deck that's out at the south edge of the house. So that's more of the same. Here's the individual floor plans, which you can see kind of relate to that. So there's the carport, storage next to the carport. The main entrance brings you into the house, entrance to the back, the main entrance to the stair, which takes you up to the upper level. There's another stair outside to be able to circulate to the decks. And there's a bedroom downstairs, 2 bedrooms downstairs, laundry room. And then as one goes upstairs, we've got a master bedroom suite. We've got our living, dining, kitchen area. And then we have an outdoor deck and a hot tub in back. And the intention on this design is really to keep this house very modest. It's a small house to begin with, and it's still staying a small house. It's basically a 3-bedroom house, and the bedroom downstairs also functions as a study. Roof plan, we are showing on this one area of roof to have solar panels, but not voltaics. We're doing it for hot water. And then the elevations. The house is what you're looking at here if you're on A400. You're looking at 2 elevations at the top of the proposed north. This first elevation is what you would see from the street with a telephoto lens. The second elevation is what you'd see from the street if we removed all the planting. So we're just trying to give you a sense of that. So what you're looking at is a house with a gable roof, aluminum roofing, copper roofing. We're talking about having a siding on the sides as well as wood fencing that's running laterally. The materials that we're looking at, or the material board, but just to give an idea, this is this heated wood. It's wood that's like basically kiln drawn, but to an extreme temperature, which makes it highly durable. So we're looking at that wherever there's wood showing. The stone you guys are all used to seeing in Santa Barbara for around the paving. The windows will be Fleetwood with this kind of we're not doing anodized because we're by the beach, so we're going to do a paint which looks a lot like an anodized, so it will be more durable. In terms of that elevation that's on this elevation, which is looking towards the west, we have wood louvers that are spanning between these zones in order to focus the view in the house looking out towards the southwest, so therefore it affords privacy to our neighbor. So it has like a focused view. And then when we go to the other side, so this is facing the ocean. And then on the other side of the house, we have a wall which is protecting the deck with windows in it. And the reason why I mentioned the pool before is there's a fair amount of play that happens at the pool in the neighbor's property. So we're intentionally creating a sound barrier on our side of the property so that even though there's a hedge and everything, there's still plenty of noise. So we're creating a sound barrier facing the east so that, it just will be quieter for our clients. And this way they can enjoy that the kids are out there playing but not have to hear it all. Again, in this case, we are using concrete. Mixed with wood below and then the copper roofing above. And this is just to give a little sense of heights. The existing building is, you can remind me if I'm wrong, it's like 21 feet. Our proposed is 24 foot 5 inches, so we're staying beneath the 25-foot recommended heights. And our existing building, I think, was around 21.8. We're keeping our plate heights the same. But what we're doing is right now it has a very, very low pitch, and we're giving it a nice 4 and 12 on the gable, which is how we achieve our better height. And those are just additional copies of the same place. And I'm trying to see if there's anything else. I guess we have that one other image board. Did it have any other materials? I think I've already covered that. So I think I'll leave it up to you guys to ask questions.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address this project at 1427 Shoreline Drive? I have one correspondence from a Richard Grosgold. It says, I've previously filed a complaint about the stairwell that now exists on the west side of this house. It may be referred to in enforcement case, et cetera, et cetera. Basically, I think the bulk of this letter, if I'll just paraphrase, is he wants the stairway taken away, which I think you've said is going to happen. So I assume staff will respond to him accordingly.
And you're correct, we are removing that stair.
Okay. Do we have any other comments? I'm going to pass that back. And of course, we have the two pieces of correspondence, as pointed out by the applicant, supporting the project. Hearing no further public comments, Chair shall close public comment and bring it back to the board for questions. Who would like to start?
I could ask. Have you had a geology report on?
Adam Simmons has prepared the initial. He's going to have to do a follow-up in order to file for our DART.
Okay.
But he's the one who came out for the 75-year retreat and established that.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Bernie, questions?
Oh, I was just wondering, when you looked at neighborhood compatibility issues, what particular properties were you looking at?
Well, we looked up and down the coast, and if you'll notice that there are some more modern structures that are farther down, about a block and a half away, going towards the west, that have more glass. We were also looking at the fact that most of the houses in the neighborhood do have pitched roofs, and 4 and 12. Some are less than 4 and 12, but a 4 and 12 pitched roof did seem compatible with the neighborhood. And of course, we were looking also at visibility. So we're looking at neighborhood compatibility as well as visibility. And interestingly enough, most of our projects are not even visible. So,
I'm familiar with the site.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Jamie, questions?
Figuring out what the materials are, I see on A400 that these are steel columns.
Let's just go to the same page.
Page.
So not the steel columns, but the face of that side of the building. What is that?
That's you're talking about this story,
Right.
the lower story. So that's a steel truss. You're correct about that. And then behind it are wood siding running vertically at the one portion of it, and then at the other end. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I'm seeing glass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is glass where you're seeing a louver with the glass.
Oh, okay. And then the louvers on the second story are wood louvers?
Yeah, they would be this material.
Okay.
Basically cooked wood.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Denise, questions?
Yeah, so these are operable louvers here?
No, they're actually fixed. We're going to set them at an angle that...
And behind them is glass?
Correct.
I see. And same on the lower level?
The ones on the lower level are not fixed necessarily. I think they're interior. Would be the way I would best describe them.
And then I'm a little confused by number 4 here on page A400 where it says a gravel roof with copper edge flashing. Well, I'm not understanding, I guess, from this angle, where's the gravel? And
I think that's an old note.
that must be.
But point it out to me, Gustavo, if you can see it. Yeah, that's a mistake. We've gone to copper. It had been gravel at one time.
I see.
So sorry.
I see. No, that's all right. Good. I'm glad we
Thank
clarified
you for
that.
catching that.
Sure. So this is all glazing up in the transom as well?
Correct.
Okay. So it's pretty much a glass house, isn't it? It's like all glass with a shell around it.
It has a lot of surfaces that are, kind of mitigating the glass in my view. So it's got sort of the Brise Soleil tradition.
Okay.
So, it's glass on the ends, and then I would say, you've got one entire side which you saw has a wall basically facing the adjacent property.
Right. Something that's back the other direction.
Would be going forward.
Yeah. And in that wall, these openings are glazed as well?
And
Some are blue and some are not, so I'm a little
Yeah.
confused as to what's happening
Well,
there.
I'll explain. That's partially something we're going to be reviewing with the owners. The amount of, how much of that glaze, because some of the glazing is facing a deck. So the question is, does that need to be glazed or not? I'm proposing that it is because it will give us better sound control. But I think that's something that we would be open to seeing what
This
the
is what
right
you're referring
proportion.
to here.
Correct.
So otherwise, they'd be just open?
Yeah, and it may
Slits.
be that we may be strategic about it. We might put them open where the stairs where people aren't sitting, but then glaze it where people would be sitting.
I
But it's really about managing sound.
And the fence material is also metal?
That
This
fence,
this
if
fence?
it's running horizontally, it's metal.
We need to use this drawing, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a metal to be in the same color family as the wood.
Okay.
Mainly because of durability. If that was all built out of wood, it would be just really hard upkeep.
Okay.
I've worked on projects, for instance, at Coral Casino, when I worked on that project, we did the whole, there's a louvered section out in front of that building. It's all made out of aluminum. Nobody would know it because it's been painted to look like wood. So it'd be the same kind of proportions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, right.
I have no questions.
I'm just still trying, so the chimney element is plaster?
Correct.
And then again, what was the roof material?
That's poorly rendered. That's copper.
That's copper, so
That's
is it a
copper.
standing seam copper?
I don't want it to be standing seam. I want it to be more of a corrugated appearance. Like, in other words, I don't like the
Oh, so
head.
it's a corrugated.
It will have a texture to it, but I don't want it to be like that very commercial-looking standing seam. I find that the proportions of the seams are wrong.
I think that's clear. And then, so what am I looking at here? I'm looking at the other elevation of the second floor.
You're looking at, correct. I guess we could have
Could we go back to
made
the
that
floor
tree
plan?
less
Maybe
visible. Sure. What you're looking at is
that
this,
elevation.
exactly.
And so what's going on here? What's this?
This is a deck and a deck.
And so what's...
Oh, this is it's a louver over the top of the deck, so we're giving it sun control, so that's a wood louver running over the deck.
So, and what is this element here? What's that made of? What is that?
It's either plaster or concrete.
Okay, so is there a section through here somehow?
Maybe the cross-section at the very end page. Let's see. Good question. Well, it's shown solid, but that would be a section running laterally through.
So this is an outdoor deck.
Correct. And then
this is the concrete wall with the slits.
Exactly, and then this is cutting through this
frame business.
Right, and if we cut it just back a little farther, this would be open and you'd see wood slats running through.
Slats, and they're running in this direction.
Exactly.
And that is the windows that are in
the master bedroom.
Bedroom on the floor plans.
Well, you've done well. Those would be these windows.
And so that thing that we see over the top is this.
Correct.
And this is holding the solar panels on the roof.
Exactly.
Okay, and those are basically flat, or are they tilted?
They're slightly tilted.
Slightly tilted.
But I mean, aesthetically, they're intended to be flat, but they'll be slightly tilted.
And then, are you allowed to go over this line?
Well, this is the interesting part. So our understanding is as long as we're within the 75-year retreat line, we're fine that we can have our development within the 50-foot. And actually, your question about neighborhood compatibility, there are other properties in the neighborhood that, in fact, have the same condition where they've got development closer than the 50-foot outside of the 75-year retreat line. That's what we're going to be studying in the DART process. Okay. The city will be coming back to us. Just so you know, if we're not, if things don't work out perfectly with the city and they have a different point of view than our geologists, it is possible that we would be coming back in front of you with the building shifted.
Okay, but this square footage deck is there.
Correct, that's existing.
This is new deck.
From here.
From here.
There's
that
actually
dash line right there?
Yeah, because there's a walkway that goes here currently.
So this is new deck.
Correct.
That's a new staircase. This is new deck. This is all new deck.
Correct.
What's the distance from here to the property line?
It's about 7 feet.
7 feet.
And if you know, in the photos, you'll see that it's heavily planted. And, this neighbor did not write any objection or concern about this. But anyway, you'll see that essentially that's the kind of planting.
So this is 7 feet. This is all deck.
Correct.
And so when you get to here, that's what kind of roof?
That could end up being a gravel roof. That's
Okay.
the flat roof.
And that's the little higher element and
Exactly.
these are carports, right?
Correct.
below?
This is carport, this is storage below, and then up above is actually where you put the
So this
mechanical.
is all deck, and then this is lined, based on your elevations, this is all lined with steel cable railing system?
Not that I wasn't proposing cable there, but it is a steel.
It's some kind of steel.
It's a metal railing.
Metal railing, okay.
And just so you know, intentionally, I mean, this is really the part that's going to be used. This is more or less aesthetic, mainly because it's a carport. We wanted to treat it as something.
Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to understand.
Mhm.
So you get up onto this level by using that staircase?
That's one way, or you walk outside of the house. And
Okay,
you're here, or you walk
and
out.
internally you go up that
Correct.
staircase, okay. All right, thank you. Those are my questions. Let's go to, this is comments only because it still has to go to Planning Commission. So it's to the board for comments. Who would like to begin? Hang on, wait. Anyone? Denise?
Oh. Well, I'm very undecided as of yet about this. It's very different than anything I've seen before. I guess that's one of the reasons why I'm not really able to make a comment yet, because it's just really, really unusual place. I have to sit on this for a minute. Sorry.
Okay, right.
The only thing I should say, it's very edgy architecture. I'm kind of speechless myself. I'm not sure. The only comment I can make, I guess, where's the front elevation, the color rendering?
A400.
If you were to look at this elevation, and then you were to look at this elevation, it doesn't give me it's just really edgy. I don't know what else. Okay. I look forward to your comments.
Jamie?
We're over to chicken.
Yeah.
I think I am in the same feeling as the other board members. It's different, it's so different, and one side is different than the other side. Not that, I don't know, I'm just not used to that.
Okay. Bernie?
Can Jim go?
Yeah, Jim?
Yeah. I think that it's hard to read all the spaces, the decks, the roofs, and I like it. I really do. It's tucked back in by itself, and it's neat when you can do something like this, in that area. But I think maybe just a simplified model would help. That way we can read the decks that go around and read these spaces better.
Okay, thank you. I agree with pretty much what everybody's saying. It is really a little bit hard, especially because I'm not an architect. And when I first walked in here and saw that up there, I was surprised. And I always go back to our book and I look at what are we supposed to be looking at? What is architectural style? Do I have to build it? And I'm looking down the list here. How do I create consistent quality for my home? Addition should be compatible with the existing architecture. Anyway, all these things are going through my mind, and right now I really don't feel like, even though it's tucked way back and I know you can't see it and it's a beautiful site, I don't see me being able to make compatibility findings with what I'm seeing here in terms of the materials, the shapes, the number of decks. Even though it doesn't have a large FAR, it has a lot of outdoor living space that's not counted. So those are some of my concerns.
Okay, Denise?
Yeah, so I think that the difficulty I'm having is that each elevation looks like a completely different house to me. I'm not feeling the continuity of going around it. You have, the wall on the one side, then you have this on another, the louvers, and it's just so many different treatments on the same structure that I just don't know where. But I mean, it's really like a work of art, which I really love art and architecture. So I get it from the standpoint of a sculpture. I would also be really hard pressed to make the compatibility findings for the neighborhood. And it's a striking piece. It stands alone, basically. So it's going to cause some difficulty, I have a feeling, with our board because our purview is to have new construction, fit into the neighborhoods. So that's one of the reasons we're here. So when something truly doesn't, then what? Then we have to think about, okay, well, this is a work of art. This is not your typical architecture. And I think that's going to be a stretch for some here. But I get it. I just think that so many different treatments going around the house causes a confusion here. We can't quite put it in its place, you know what I'm saying, or in a category of any type, other than industrial modern. Which is pretty much what it is, I think, industrial modern.
I hope not industrial.
Well, the steel girders and on the one side.
I don't mean to start it.
Like the elevation, proposed western elevation is very industrial.
This is
factory-like. Yeah, it's very factory-like on that elevation. So that's why. And then over here, it doesn't look on the proposed north elevation completely different. So. That's where I'm having my difficulty, even though I really like it, on the one hand, and I love it as a piece of art. I'm not sure what to think of it as a house.
We're going to make a note of what you want to say, and then I'll recognize you in a minute.
Thank you.
So
that's it.
Good. Okay, so Heather's comments? Jamie?
We're sharing mics here.
My comment is, I like how my colleague just described feelings. It's the same issue, I respect the art of it. But yes, it's different.
Okay, go to Mike. I think the board's going to have to decide when it comes to the issue of neighborhood compatibility. There's going to be some questions that need to probably be answered. One is, irregardless of the style of house, can it actually be seen from any place in the neighborhood, including the beach or the immediate adjacent neighbors? So that's one question. Second question, is this house being designed for the magazines, or is this house being designed for Santa Barbara? So that's probably a question that will get to the aesthetics. It's certainly, yes, a piece of sculpture. It certainly wants to be in the magazine. That's why we're seeing it. So I think we have to determine whether or not this will have an impact on the compatibility of the neighborhood given the style of architecture. Is this the appropriate, if one were to look at contemporary architecture, and we can see lots of contemporary architecture, is this the most appropriate piece of contemporary architecture that belongs in the neighborhood? One of the questions I have, given the advent of the new ordinance that should come into effect tomorrow, and having spent a lot of time with that ordinance, I do know that the ordinance, if it's passed as it's currently described, the height for interior lot line hedges is 8 feet without requirement of any modification, etc. The community development staff will have the ability to make a staff decision to allow hedges to go to 12 feet, which is basically right there. And beyond that, then it becomes a subject of neighborhood agreement, or neighbor agreement. So whether or not the current owners of the adjacent properties would agree to 16 feet, because that's what I'm measuring here, or future owners would agree to 16 feet, that's a question. If the staff were to grant 12 feet, is 12 feet sufficiently high enough to separate the properties? Because that ultimately could be the height of a hedge on both sides of the property. The one thing I am concerned about is that this board has consistently denied, based on our guidelines, denied roof decks or decks of any sort that impede on the 15-foot line from the property line. And as pointed out earlier, this deck is within 7 feet, plus or minus, of that property line, and including these enclosed decks that are enclosed with this concrete screen. So that's a question, is are we going to deviate from what we've been fairly consistent on of not allowing folks to have decks within that 15-foot mark? So that certainly is a question. With regards to materials, et cetera, obviously they're all high-quality materials. They're being designed in such a way to deal with the marine environment, et cetera. So I don't really have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the architecture just because it's contemporary. The question in my mind is are we approving this so it can be in a magazine, or are we approving it so it can be in Santa Barbara? And that's the question I'm posing to myself. Further comments?
Yeah, I get how proud of you are of this design, and I think this is why I'm struggling, because I get the sense of pride, and but as Fred says, as far as it's compatible to this neighborhood, I don't think I can support it because it isn't compatible. It needs to be tweaked. It needs to be softened. It needs to be like the architecture needs to be like Fred says, it's got to be something more compatible with the Santa Barbara neighborhood that it's in, as opposed to something being published in a magazine, because I guess it's a very loud statement in terms of the style and the experience, but it doesn't go with our guidelines. It's got to be tweaked. It's got to have something more consistent with our guidelines.
Other comments?
Yeah, I, if I may, I'm the wall. Now, does that qualify as a fence wall? Because it is a screening wall, so would it be then under the guidelines of fence height? Because it is pretty much a fence.
It's not on the property line.
No, that would just
It's
be
part
a
of the
wall.
structure.
It would just be part of
so
the structure.
it would be considered part of the structure then. Okay, just wanted to check on that because I wasn't quite sure. Well, from the plan view, it was pretty close to the property line, wasn't it? I mean, okay. So it's not in the setback either?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just wanted to check on that. Oh, yeah, the decks. The decks not being 15 feet from the lot line is a bit of an issue for me as well.
Okay, excuse me.
Sure.
More other comments?
Mr. Chair, so you brought up the point of, and it's true that this house is way back down a long driveway and you can't really see it, but I would argue that, so what? We're not building a Malibu beach house. We're building homes that are compatible, and that's why we started this whole thing 7 years ago, because we saw what things were going to become, and the neighbors strongly believed they wanted to have, like Denise said, the continuity, the character, the, covered parking.
Denise?
Yes, well, just to answer to Bernie, the thing is, too, though, that we certainly don't want to create an atmosphere of everything looking alike or or strap a very talented architect's hands from being able to create a really unique piece of architecture. So there's that dance that we have to play about that. You know, it's not so cut and dry that everything has to match or be exactly like the house next to it, or even be the same style. So this is where I struggle on this board, because I really love to encourage creativity and great works that are unusual and modern and very different. So where do we strike that balance here? What kind of guidance can we give this man that will help him to know what it is that's going to pass through this board? Because I could be in favor of this project myself, with a couple of tweaks here and there, but I think it's a very good-looking piece of art.
I'd like to jump. I think the board's having a problem with matching the elevations.
Mm-hmm.
And personally, I think that if you do a study model or if you do a series of perspectives to see how these elevations fit together, that especially the wood decks, how they relate to the house, I think that would be a big help.
Mm-hmm.
I have one comment. I have to really say, if I was a next door neighbor and I was going to build next to this, I would say I would do everything in my power to not look at that, because it's not friendly feeling. It's not something that, that's. And then I look at this elevation, and you get the same experience. It's like, wow. So it's a very demanding look. If I was building next door, unless I wanted my typical, banal Spanish colonial house, and this is next door, I'm going to try to do everything I can to hide it. So the question is, do we support a project that's a work of art? Yet neighbors may want to do everything they power to hide it because it's too extreme. So anyway.
Okay. Further comments? Okay, we're in the position of having to provide a motion with comments only. This still has to go to the Planning Commission. I suspect the Planning Commission will be looking at our comments with regards to neighborhood compatibility. They probably won't be specifically interested in our architectural comments. They will be looking at the issues of deck requirements with regards to our guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
And they will be looking at whether or not the project is appropriately sited on the site. So those are probably the big picture things Planning Commission will be looking at from our report. So the chair would entertain a motion. Anybody willing to make a motion? Okay. Lacking someone setting forth, the chair shall entertain a motion for someone to adopt. And we'll need a second to that. So I would move that the following comments. The project has been reviewed by the board. The board finds that the general siting of the proposed project is acceptable, with the exception of the roof deck area over the carport and its connecting bridge, that it impinges on our guidelines of being 15 feet from the property line, that the board finds the general quality of materials and architectural approach as a contemporary piece of architecture to be valid. I didn't use the word acceptable, just valid. And that the board would encourage the applicant to, when they return, to demonstrate how this piece of architecture is going to be seen in its whole or in its entirety, and demonstrate more carefully how this piece of a contemporary architecture can be compatible with other contemporary pieces of architecture within the neighborhood, and I'm going to, just so you're helpful for all of us, homes that are immediately on the opposite side of Shoreline Drive, within a city block being 400 or 500 feet on to each side. Maybe that's a little, it's hard to define because the city officially defines these neighborhoods in big, large areas. So unless you'd like to, extend that or share with us how that
Might a little bit
compatible. And that we'd like a little further clarification so the board can clearly understand how all of the facets of the architectural elevations work together. So that's a suggested motion. Is anyone willing to make that motion?
I would, if I could add one more thing, that a model might be a very good idea to help us to understand this project.
Could that be a 3D model versus a actual physical model?
I think we're thinking an actual physical model. But do we want to do that? I don't know.
Whatever. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe it's too soon for that.
Yeah, I think
Let's
it
wait.
is.
Yeah.
So a 3D model is acceptable?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
All right. So that's the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? To the applicant, any questions?
No, I understand that. I like that motion. I appreciate it.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
I'm not sure which set goes to.
Keeping one with one.
Okay.
Okay. Let us go to 940 Arboleto Road.
Thank you all. Good night.
We'll take
Oh my God, two more.
How are you?
Did that work ever get done out there?
You could introduce yourself.
I'm Tracy Burnell, the architect for the project.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
This is a new project. It's a proposal to raise the west portion of the existing roof to accommodate one of the three new bay windows of a 2,360 square foot, two-story, single-family home. 26,377 square foot lot in the Hillside Design District. The project also proposes to install a new front entry door and three new skylights, reconfigure several smaller windows, and remodel the interior. Action may be taken if sufficient information is provided. Again, this could be project design approval. Project was referred from the consent calendar agenda on April 1st. The reason that it was referred, and I was on that panel, is at the time they were submitted, the drawings were not totally clear, and it appeared there was a large amount of change to the existing elevations that I didn't feel appropriate for me to act, for the two of us to act unilaterally, so I requested it come to the full board. So if you could share with us your project, please.
Sure. It's an existing residence, so it's up on Arbolado Road, so it's up above APS, a very steep area. You come up Arbolado Road, then up a very steep driveway to a parking area. The Patricks own the parcel next door also, and so their parking is onto that parcel. And the garage is on that level there, and then you come along up some stairs up to a second level, which is where the main living area, which has spectacular unimpeded views out over the city. The photos that are on the photo boards kind of show what's going on. I brought some more because I was noticing previously that they're a little bit small, really, to see. It's very grown in. All this side here is and this view here, so you see across to all the oak trees in there. So it's the site is very secluded. It's not very visible. The houses that are down on the downhill side are so far down, you're just seeing way over them. The same thing on the uphill side, they're seeing way over this. There's a house relatively close over on this side, but again, it's pretty well screened. And this is the view up towards the back. Kind of the defining element of the house, it's a pretty basic house that isn't too remarkable, but it has this Monterey-style balcony across the south side, which is a defining feature from a style standpoint. So the program, if I could go ahead and flip to the floor plan sheet.
Let me see this, Gordon.
The program is basically to remodel an interior remodel to the bedroom wing of the house. So the living and dining, kitchen, well, that's actually the dining. This is more of like a den, dining, kitchen, entry, laundry, and the hallway are all existing and not being proposed to be changed significantly. This bedroom exists and is not being proposed to be changed. This bedroom exists and is really not being proposed to be changed much, but the walls are being removed out here. So there's another bedroom here at this point and a big bath with a weird, illegal bootlegged bath as part of it. Now, you come up a set of stairs to this rear bedroom, which was an addition to the house that was done after the original, but still a pretty long time ago. And again, I think there was a half bath approved, and a shower was bootlegged in. So they're pretty awkward improvements that were done. So the proposal is to have an ensuite bath that comes off of this existing bedroom too. So the essential outline of this bedroom is the same, but they're going to have a bath off of it there. And then to demo this whole bath complex here and get a guest art studio on this side, to get another bath, still have a bath off that's quite a bit smaller, then come up the stairs to the back room and redo that bath. The stairway moves over a little bit to allow all of this to happen, and then to add a closet into that side. The owners are very keen on these box bay windows. One correction to the project description is that it talks about raising the roof to accommodate one of the new bay windows, which is not actually correct. That the roof is being raised in this area, and that's an existing bay that's there. So they're proposing to add, they call a Mirador window. So it's essentially a wood-clad bay window in this bedroom, in this back bedroom, and also off the den to the rear here. Mrs. Patrick does some interior design work and kind of has produced drawings of the bathrooms here and here with arch soffits and arches over this and arch top windows here and an arch top window here. There are a whole bunch of arches inside the interior of the house, although there are not any precedent for that on the outside of the house, but that's where that's coming from. So I wanted to clarify that. So this is not really an opportunity to redefine this house or rework the style and massing of the house, with the exception that the owner asked that I take a look at trying to find a simple way to resolve what he finds to be a problem, which is these two eaves that are right on top of each other, and he feels like it's creating these two shoe boxes. So that's where we came with a proposal, and these drawings are part of the set, but they're in locations that make it necessary for you to flip around. So I just put them on there together. So it's moving south elevation. So the idea, I'm just going to flip to the roof plan so I can reference it here. So currently there's a ridge that runs down here, and there's a ridge that runs down here. And so the proposal is to extend this roof plane up a little bit and then come back down, which would in effect raise this plate line some. And it offsets the massing a little bit. It gets some difference between the eave lines. One of the criteria in doing that, this whole area is a vaulted ceiling, has a ridge beam, and exposed wood decking. So they don't want to touch the interior at all, and these rafters are also overspanned at this point, so it's critical that we not add any load to it. We were not able to really upgrade the roof the way they wanted to. We're going to go with an asphalt shingle roof, which is what's on it now, to avoid any extra load. So the structural proposal is to have a beam that comes through here. There are support points here, 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 and here. And then the rafters will come up, cantilever over that, and pick these up. So all of the load will be point loaded down or on the outside plate line. Let's see if there's any other. Part of the proposal was also to, there's currently, I think they're 2x6 rafters, a standard kind of 16 inches on center, and a 1x fascia on it. It's not a great detail. So we're going to come in and replace the rafters. The idea was to go towards the Monterey style to the degree that we could. So there'll probably be, the details show like a 3x rafter as opposed to a thicker one that is heading more towards a Spanish look. And we're going to clad this bay in wood, put some corbels underneath it, and do a standing seam type metal roof on that bay as well as the other new box bays. Other than that, the rest of the roof is asphalt shingle. There are proposed changes to the windows as driven kind of by the interior redesign. These windows are existing. These are double hung windows. There's currently a French door and a pair of windows here, so the new configuration is trying to make the bedroom work a little better once you furnish here. So doing a pair of doors that'll match this pair, double hung windows there that'll match these. Then as it comes around, these will be casements on the bays, which is typically what you do on those. This will be a casement type window. I think the rest of the windows as you come around are casement type windows. This is a pair and a single. And then these are all existing windows, all existing. This says R on it because the sill height is different on these two windows than this one. So just for consistency, and especially as you start cladding it in wood and you have sills going around, we want to put in a window that, I forget, it's maybe a little 8 inches taller to match the height of this, but it's just similar to the window that's there now. They wanted to get some light. This is, as you come into this is a closed door here, so this whole hallway is all really dark, and this is a stairway that goes down to the garage. So they want a new skylight in that area that will light that area up, and then they want one at this nexus of the halls to try and light up this point so that it doesn't seem like such a long hallway. The roof plan is tricky in that area to get a skylight in. Fred, you had mentioned a question about this being on the downhill side, but there's really no way to get a skylight into that hall in all of this. It's going to be pretty difficult as it is. The other thing that I think is important to note is that it's virtually impossible to see up onto this roof at all. It's so steep up there. Now from the backyard here, the owners can see their own roof here, but no one can really see this side. And of course the people up above, like I said, their finished floor is probably 5-10 feet above that ridge, so they're pretty much looking over it. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak to 940 Arbolado Road? Seeing none, the chair shall close public hearing, go to the board for questions. Who has questions? Jamie?
Well, first, thank you for elaborating on your plans,
Sure.
coming back to us to explain it better. So the bays are going to have standing seam roof, and then the roof is it's a composition.
Yeah, it'll probably be the presidential style. Like I said, what they would like to do is one of those synthetic shingle or shake type roofs, but they can't do it because they'll increase the load on the house and then have to do a full lateral on it. And the budget doesn't work. They have a really tight budget for this, so they have to make decisions that are based on that. So they'll probably do like a presidential type shingle and get as much dimension.
Was it standing seam because you felt it went with the Monterey? I was just trying to figure where that was.
You know, I think When I do bays like that, I really like to have a little metal roof on it, whether it's really copper or not. I don't really want the copper color, but it seems like the nicest roof for those. I'm open to other ideas for that, but to put asphalt shingle on it doesn't seem like the right thing to do to me.
And then for the stucco, is it mission finish? Is it stucco?
It's a stucco building, and they'll be matching the existing finish, which is not really a mission. I mean, I've been lobbying to say, it's not terribly expensive to resurface the whole thing and get a nicer, smoother finish, but it's more of a sand finish now.
Okay. Bernie, question?
No question.
Jim, question? No. Anybody else questions? I have a few. This element here, is that plaster or is that wood? What is that element around the door?
I think that would be plaster.
Okay, and so the door is still where it is.
Yep.
You're just adding a plaster element around here.
Yeah.
This railing is new, old?
No, the metal railings all stay.
So that stays, this metal railing stays here.
A5, I think that might help you quite a bit.
Yeah, this is a tough drawing to get more of that feel.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay. And then do you have a section through this new roof configuration that you're proposing?
Yes. I didn't really take you guys through that.
So that's this section.
Yeah.
So this is the existing roof.
Mm-hmm.
That beam is going to stay. So when I'm in the living room, I'm looking up at the old ceiling?
Yeah.
So this is an attic void in there? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's just a California framed element just to create some difference in the
So
foot
this moves out. So that's just an attic type space?
Yes.
Okay, so that's between the new and the old. That moves that up. Okay, and then, so if I'm looking at, okay, so there's that one. And there's that one. Okay, so you're going to reclad that. So these are wood also, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then these are false, or are those actual structural members? Maybe I didn't catch that.
I think that'd be false.
Those are false. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're 3 by
6.
6 rafters. Okay. And the skylight glass is clear, cloudy, gray. What do you?
I haven't really had that discussion with them yet. It would be flat glass for sure.
Okay.
But I haven't really talked to them about whether they want it obscure or not or what.
Okay, and then that's fixed. That's fixed. These are casements.
Yes.
These are fixed, I think you said.
I think these will probably, it would be smart to make these casements.
Those are casements.
They're fixed now, but if they're replacing them, they should.
So that's double hung, double hung, double hung, double hung. Then I go around here, that's a casement.
Yeah.
That's a casement.
Yeah.
Double hung. And then fixed, are these operable? Those are doors, right? So
Yeah, those are doors, and those would be operable side lights.
operable side lights.
Yeah.
That's an existing casement.
I think so, yeah.
New casements. Double hungs, existing, and a new, that's a casement or fixed?
Casement.
Casement.
Bathroom window.
Okay. Those are my questions. Go to comments. Anyone else? Comments? This is.
I just have to say, comments based on what you've been given and the limited scope of abilities, I think you did a good job. I can support it. I think it's, it's fine. I can support it.
Okay, Denise.
Yes, I think the bay windows are very nice touch here. I like that you followed Monterey style. I think it's a successful. Design. And I'll repeat that because I was off. That the bay windows are a great addition to this house. They give it some character that it didn't have prior.
Okay. Mr. Zimmer.
Yeah, I think it's very small improvements that he's making, and I don't see any problem with it.
Okay.
I agree.
Right.
And I can support this project.
I hear my colleagues but I'm still having a good deal of problem with the proportions of what this looks like. So I guess that's my biggest concern. I think that it looks very awkward. And yes, this house can't be seen from the street. The problem I have is when we have a hillside design district, because I understood why we have hillside design districts, is that all of these houses as a fabric, as a cohesive group, can be seen from all over the city. And so every time we do one of these houses, that's a little piece of the composition. And you can, in fact, if you know where to look, you can actually see this house, but that's not the point. The point is it's how we deal with these kind of collectively, just like we do with neighborhood compatibility for all the other issues. So I'm not comfortable with the solution for the client's concern about these two roofs. So that's probably my biggest issue. Anyway, that's my comments. The project is here. It can have project design approval. There's probably not sufficient details to give it final. And you need to have, well, maybe there is.
There are details.
There are details.
Yeah, trying to get the exterior ones.
So you can do project design with return to consent or return to full board. You can give it project approval and final design with comments, or you can, any number of ways.
I'd like to make that motion.
So if you have a motion to be made.
Yes, I move to approve the project for project design approval. And I don't know how everybody feels about giving it final as well. I think he has enough details here for the exterior that we can see where he's going with it. The project is consistent in appearance and compatible with the neighborhood, and there's quality in the architecture and materials. And I would say that
So that's project design approval?
Project design and final.
And final, okay.
I second it.
Second it. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, aye. Abstentions, so carried.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to 511 Rose. How do you say that? Rosian Way.
Mr. Sweeney. Good to see
Hi,
you.
young man.
Jim, how are you? He always calls me that, even though I don't. Okay, let's get you out. Let's get you guys home.
Yeah.
So if you could introduce yourself, and then I'll read the description.
Brian Cornell,
okay,
with Dr. John Park.
Okay, this is a proposal for a 4,600 square foot, two-story, single-family home with an attached three-car garage on a vacant 2.2 acre lot in the Hillside Design District. A squash court and pool are proposed. This is for comments only. Why is that?
This is comments only because, first of all, we want to do the noticing for the neighborhood, and we have just enough information, I think, to get your guys' blessings. We got on the agenda because I'm going away for a month. It's my fault that you're here. I take complete responsibility, so you can take it out on me. But let's go through it and explain it. Let's look at this first and orient it the way it is. Brosian Way is up in the Yankee Farm area, if you all are familiar with it. And so this is a large lot. If I look at our photos here, let me just take you through one at a time, and we can look at it. So the first photo is from Brosian Way, basically looking up at the project site, so you can get a sense. It's always hard to look at photographs backwards, but you can get a sense of the topography of the lot. Photo 2 is into the sun, but it's looking straight at the neighbors to the west. The third photo is looking back up at the site again. So one of the things that is of concern, certainly to us, is you can see the neighbor here definitely has views across this site, and we want to respect that. The next photo is from the site looking east. The next one is from the site looking north. so you can get a sense of what our neighbors are here. This is looking directly next to our next door neighbor to the west. This is their garage. So these are the two closest neighbors. And then finally, and this is important, that is the view from the home site looking out over the home below us. The home below us is a fairly large home that did a lot of grading to raise their elevation up. And so what we have started with is really a design that will allow for this home to have a view over the top of that home that was built recently. And this is just another shot looking a little bit to the east, so you can see, let me look at this, sorry. You can get a sense of that house below us and then what's happening back in the neighborhood here, okay? And it's a large parcel, it's close to 2 acres as was mentioned. So let me explain what we have done here. I'm not going to get into the plans a lot. It is a little bigger than what the noticing said. We're at about 4,800 square feet. The house has grown just over the last week or so because Dr. Park and his family is actually, it's going to be an extended family with grandparents in this house. So we actually have, besides the master bedroom, a couple of grandparent suites along with bedrooms for their 3 kids. But it's a very simple layout accommodating the view. And what we have done is basically come up from Brosian with the driveway, so to facilitate that drive in this area, and this is a beautiful oak tree, by the way, that is important to preserve. To facilitate that, we're cutting, and then we're filling portions of the site to be able to get the house all at one level. Basic concept is illustrated by this eastern elevation. So what we're trying to do is keep this very low slung into the hill so that the neighbors above us can have a view over the top. We sort of have these elements, roof elements, which I'm envisioning with very low slope metal roof, deep overhangs, and the exterior would be of smooth plaster with just very appropriate detailing. You can get a sense here of how we're really trying to balance the cut here and the fill here for the house. This is a cross-section running east-west, and then this is a cross-section north-south. Dr. Park's daughter is a squash enthusiast, and so we're actually going to bury that into the site below the master bedroom. And that's actually going to go a long way to reducing the cut and fill. Right now, preliminarily, without calculating the squash court into it, we have about 1,500 cubic yards of cut and about 2,300 cubic yards of fill. But that fill number is going to reduce because of the squash court, and we're doing everything we can to basically reduce the grading. But you can get a sense here on the site plan. The elevation 220 runs, or the new elevation 220 runs like this in that red line, and the existing 220 line runs through here. So that gives you a little bit of a sense of just a slight amount of fill that'll be gradated into this site. This whole area is going to become orchard, and that's the concept that we wanted to get your response to.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone here wishing to address it, so the chair will close any public hearing, go to the board for questions. Jamie?
With your, what you call them? I'm on. What's the distance from the lower roof to the pop up?
In this case, it's about 6 feet, and that pop-up, by the way, I didn't mention it, is a loft element that's in the girls' rooms, which are this little group of bedrooms. So they have little cozy lofts, and they're only going to have like 7, whatever we can get away with code-wise, to keep that down as low as possible.
Right. So that's 6 foot, and then the other ones look like they're certainly like half or something of that. 3
Yeah, I mean, I've got, it's a fine line here between what those differences are, but basically they're 2 to 3 feet kind of differential, just to create the different massing and to articulate higher ceilings in the main living spaces in the master bedroom.
Okay. So we're giving comments only?
I'm just looking for comments, and what we're going to do is come back and...
So has the neighbors been noticed? Or?
No, the neighbors have not been noticed, and in fact, we've tried to get a hold of our neighbor up here. And Dr. Park, in fact, has knocked on their door 4 times and has left a note, so we're trying to get a hold of them because they're the most affected. This neighbor really isn't affected because their view is in the same direction as us, and their garage is here, and then their driveway coming up is along this property line. And we'll make sure that all that information gets on the next site plan. But those are the 2 affected neighbors that we definitely... it's clear to me that this neighbor I want to respect, which is why we've gone with as low a profile as possible.
Okay. Bernie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's been my experience with a lot of interest from people above when they see something getting built below. They will want to know everything. They'll want to know how tall those things are, what they're made out of. And my question is, are they glass, or what is the material?
Oh, well, on this element, we do have glass facing to the east, but it's not going to have glass facing back up towards them. So we don't have really any views. There's no view looking back up. So from a privacy standpoint.
I get the idea that it would be fun for kids to have a loft, because I know they love that so much, but I'm just a little bit concerned with the appearance of that, looking, like an airport tower or something.
You can see what our allowable height is here and how much lower we are from that. So
it's just the glass, I think, that I would want to have you study further.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if any other places in that neighborhood have anything like that.
Well, they probably don't. I mean,
yeah.
Because obviously there's probably not a house in the neighborhood that is like this. But our goal is certainly to be quiet and not to be, not to have anything that's either blocking views or being in any way odd. And so this just becomes an element that is back of the main mass of the house. Understand that is, that's sitting just, its area is basically this big on the plan, so it's a very small element of the house.
Anything else this side of the table, Brian?
Are we in comments or
We're
questions?
in questions.
I have no questions.
Okay, Denise,
No questions?
Okay. Brian, just a couple. So just so I understand, so that's a garage.
That's a garage.
This is the house that's most affected. Do we have a clear idea where the windows are on this?
This is the main view window right here.
Okay. And
then they have glass, of course, along their pool side.
Okay. And so that point is like right there?
No, and again, I apologize. It's that wall here is probably right. It's probably right something
there.
like
so they have views this way.
Mm-hmm.
But the elevation of that is compared relative. What's the?
Oh, this elevation is up at about let me see, what have we got? We're at 230 here. I think this is at 240 plus.
240 plus.
Yeah.
So the roof of this house is more or less what?
Let's see. That portion that you were looking at, yeah, it's kind of here. It's probably up 12 feet from 227, so 237, 240.
240.
So I would say our roof, it
elevation,
probably...
But not the eyesight of a
Correct.
6 foot?
Yeah.
6 foot person, okay. And then I understood the roof material, or where you're headed with that. The flat roof would be what, gravel or?
The flat roof would probably be a conventional, single-ply flat roof that would
Okay.
be a darker color. And we are reserving that area for the garage so we can install solar panels. So it'll be important to have a little bit of a, I've designed this to have a lower ceiling and then a little parapet so that those are hidden.
Okay.
And then the remainder of that flat roof portion is just this western wing here.
Okay. And then the 15, is that the required setback, or is there?
Yes.
Okay, so
That
that's
is-
right at the setback
It's
line.
right at the setback line.
Okay, and then all the others,
There's a 35-foot setback from the right-of-way,
oh, okay.
which it's interesting because this driveway only serves this house.
Right.
So it's probably, something that we could modify if we wanted to, but I really don't,
And so that line goes all the way down?
Correct. Yeah, so I've held that 35-foot setback for where we place the house, as you can see.
Okay. Let's see, I think that's the question. And then how do you get into you go down that staircase to get into the squash
Yeah,
court?
you have to go down to get into the squash court. So this is sort of the more gracious pathway down to get to the elevation to where then you go down a little sort of three-quarter flight of stairs to get down. So this is 216 down to 209.
Okay, and then I'm assuming when you come back, you'll come back with a landscape plan. But you
Yes.
indicated most of this will be orchard, so landscaping, I'm assuming, is just kind of an immediate adjacent to the house?
Yeah, I would have, this would be ground planting, obviously, at this fill, this 2 or 3 to 1 fill slope, but then the rest of this, we've yet to conceive it beyond the thought of it being an orchard space.
Okay, and then I was out there yesterday, but I didn't really look up this far. Is there a fence or anything along this property?
There is a fence running the entire distance. There's a large bunch of bougainvillea and flax that are right about here. And again, their drive, you can see, Fred, this is the drive coming up.
And what sort of fence? Is that a chain link? Or
No, it's actually like a split rail.
Split rail fence?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it your client's intent to fence any more of this site in?
Well, we're going to need to fence somehow for the pool, but our desire is for that to be as invisible a fence as possible, to
then what
provide
about
the security.
to the orchard?
No, I don't think we're, if we did, it probably would be in the tradition of kind of a split rail fence or something like that, just to define the property.
Okay. That answers my questions. Let's go to comments. Jamie?
I like the design a lot.
Bernie? Comments?
Except for that loft.
Yeah, except for the glass, and I don't know what the material is of the siding. Did you say
It would be a smooth painted
Oh.
plaster that would be earth tone.
From what I can see, I think it could, at this point, I could make the findings for it to support it.
Yeah, I think the lofts kind of give it a oriental flair.
Which wasn't the intention. We were sort of laughing about.
Yeah.
My daughters
yeah.
were upset that we were moving out here, and to placate them, we told them they could have lofts.
Where are you moving from?
Maryland, Washington, D.C. Sorry, sore throat.
Dr. Park has been in surgery for 12 hours today.
Oh my gosh, it was off.
He rushed over here.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I did finish the surgery.
Oh, good.
Yeah, sorry, gotta go. My house is being reviewed.
I don't need to go back.
That's a good cartoon for New Yorker. Okay, Brian.
I was going to say it kind of has a Zen Buddhist feeling. And, it's funny how different projects come before our desks, and some make us really nervous and uptight, and then others are very calming. And I think this is a great design, and I look forward to seeing the detailing. I think you were very sensitive, and it's just very compatible to the site and how you had it all kind of massaged together. So I think it's great.
Yeah,
Denise?
I agree, and it's interesting because this house is very, very large too. Just
But it's
like
on
one that
2
we saw
acres.
earlier.
Yeah, the
But it's
FAR
on
is
2
like
acres.
0.6,
Yeah, that makes a big
Yeah.
difference.
0.06, 0.07, something like that.
Yeah, so it is an area that certainly can handle that. And I think the design is quite lovely. From what we can tell so far, we, of course, can't wait to see all the other elevations and weigh in at that time.
I think it's going to be fine, Brian. One comment on the lofts. Oh, what dads will do to keep their kids happy. The only thing I would be of concern, and maybe just more for the neighbors, is at night that acts as a lantern if it's glassed all the way around. So you might want to think about that in kind of conjunction with Bernie's concern about views and so forth and so on. So, you know, it might be cool if it was a lantern at night, but I don't know if your neighbors would like that. And then my only other, just a few more comments. One is when you do come back, I suspect once you notice the neighbors, we will, as we've experienced in this neighborhood before, we will probably have neighborhood comments. So I would encourage you to work out with this neighbor what the view issues are, so that maybe gets settled before you come back in here. I think that would be important. Certainly, given the size of the site, notions of how you're going to do. That's why I was asking about the fences, exterior, the fence approach, gates, or any of that kind of stuff. I trust that the landscape plan will be kind of well defined, and the orchard will be kind of defined, and so forth and so on. So I think that'll be pretty good. Not sure how you're going to deal with paving material on your new driveway in terms of, do you have to do anything to this existing driveway, or you just have to touch it?
We do have to widen this to
Oh, you have
12.
to-
I've got to add a couple of feet because this is only 10.
So
I've got to
how
go to
you-
12.
How you treat the driveway surface, just so.
Well, this is going to remain asphalt, and I was
So
thinking
what are you
I'd
gonna
bring
do?
asphalt up to some point and then transition into a nice paving material up here that, very likely we might try to do some permeable paving in this area.
Okay. Do you get in? I'm assuming you're going to get into a tier 2, 3, something like
I'm
that.
sure, yeah, because it's vacant.
Okay.
So we're going to be, we're going to have to be concerned about rainwater harvesting or other things.
And then, given the nature of where this house sits from the street, so forth and so on, any thoughts that you have when you come back, not right now, but when you come back, about how you're going to light this site would probably be important for us to understand how any landscape lighting, et cetera, might get dealt with.
Okay.
Okay, those are my comments. The applicant is requesting for comments only, so Chair would make a motion, maybe the best, because I know he's been taking notes, in this particular case, because we're not waiting for a public or a staff hearing officer or any of that stuff, is one could make a motion that just says incorporate everybody's comments.
I make a motion to incorporate everybody's comments.
But it might be just for the record, so that we got it, is that something to the effect that general ed
Okay.
that's
All right. So
positively received.
The board appreciates what Mr. Cannell's brought in. We support the style and the quality of material and the compatibility of the architecture and the property that you presented. The board suggests maybe exploring options in terms of lighting, let's say lighting scape on the upper towers, so it doesn't interfere with the adjoining neighbors. And a landscape plan, but we look forward to seeing what you have to say. But in general, you're going in the right direction.
Okay. So that's the motion. Is there a second to the motion? Okay. Is there discussion? Denise, was there?
No, I was just going to
discussion?
second.
Maybe just add to the motion, if it is okay, apply the neighborhood compatibility and meet the neighbors and show them.
Yeah, no, it's fully our intent.
Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. Chair adjourns.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
I hope you recorded the game.